I've got Intellect Fortress up on me, Inks, and Godric. I have in my
Okay.
notes.
Let's put a little sticker on you.
Yeah. I was like, shit, who was it? And I had like scrounge up the like one little notepad I made for it. Like, yeah, no, you're good.
I'm curious if anyone listened to Session.
Oh shit, that's right, the Adam
Fuck.
stuff. Fuck.
I
Damn
did.
it.
Forgot.
I did not.
Good. We're all
No, I
we're all in the
did.
dark together. You did?
Yeah.
Doug is the responsible one, y'all.
Okay, yeah.
Just I want all of us to sit here and absorb that for a moment.
Yeah, Doug,
Yeah.
Doug, you're the steady hand on the till, Doug.
Doug, you
Okay.
get to revel in this. You
Ah,
should revel
yeah.
in this.
Second, not nerds.
The stars have aligned.
This is your moment, Doug. Take
How
your
dare you
flowers,
call
Doug.
me-
This is
How
it.
dare you call me a not nerd?
All right. Well then, Doug, do you want to try to recall for inspiration?
Oh gosh, sure.
You don't have to, but since you had listened.
Yeah, fun fact, I didn't take notes. But I'll try.
Uh-huh.
Fire away.
Yeah. So, thanks to a well-timed suggestion spell, we were able to get into this place that I can't remember, and we
Rock and
see.
start.
Yeah. Well, the fun fact is I'm pretty sure I got the name wrong in the first place. I think it's either I think I wrote hoard and it's hold, or it's hold and I write hoard. I'm not sure. Anyways, great start.
Hoarding the holes? What are you saying?
Hoard or hold. Where are we?
Oh, hold. Okay.
Hold. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I did take notes. Ha Okay, let me read my notes.
You just started at the wrong end of the book.
No, I didn't have my notes pulled up.
Okay.
I love when you take notes, but then like don't know where they are, so they are useless.
No, I started taking them on the computer now, so like it's
Yeah.
it's pretty well organized. And I bold everyone's names and all the places.
Nice. Smart.
Yeah. Alright. So we begin outside the facility. We need to enter in order to locate the artifact. I called it facility because everyone was saying the opposite, and I was like, "Did I write this wrong?" So I didn't write it down. Obvious uses a suggestion spell to get us in. Once we survey the area and decide to take out some undead and a poor enslaved orc, that didn't feel too great because the fight was a little too easy. Then, thanks to the commotion, an Elithid makes his presence known, and Ulvius lies to strike a deal with him. Basically, they went into the meeting, and the Elithid showed him that they were using. I'm sorry, that Crusade was giving them people, and the Elithids were using them for either food or enslavement purposes. And despite Ulvius showing to us earlier that he's not against evil, he is apparently against slave trade. So he does have some redeemable qualities. Um, Once outside the private meeting, he tells us other plans and how they relate to Crusade. We debate on what to do next and decide to investigate the area further. Inks gets mind blasted by an Elithid, and we begin destroying everything in our path. After crossing the chasm, but we make it to some rooms and find evidence that we need connecting the Elithids and Crusade before initiative is rolled.
I do want to share the last two paragraphs of my notes. They're very short. The first one says, decide to investigate facility before engaging with mind flayers. The second paragraph just says, oops.
You got Godric did a fucking Zenitsu explosion run.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh, I didn't have to write that down.
Yeah. Godric went from 0 to fucking 150 in 3 steps.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So sorry, 1 second.
Oh, Blender, don't crash on me.
Back. Okay. All right. So now that you have begun your investigations, you've bumped into a thing or two along your path with some information on it that has been variously enlightening to you, um, and have also bumped into some of the crusaders in your path as well, as you continue exploring, and in addition to that, are currently in a room that seems to have been like fairly cleaned, secured. Torek is investigating a room that is on its opposite wall, filled with jars with some murky fluids within them. And Godric did, in fact, open the next door along, and got a little peek at what is to come. And because of that, we are once again in initiative. Let me see if I've
Uh,
got everyone in here.
I will fill in with the last bit of my notes, which is this: we found our way to an old dwarven temple. Place is trash. The statues are suspicious, but there's a bunch of jars full of something, and oh hell, someone's opening doors.
Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, great! Excellent. All right. Which means, as we
Fuck, I never
open
put
into
you in.
initiative, Godric, you've opened and then shut the door, um, in some alarm, and then the door once again opens as yet another one of these creatures becomes obviously stands within the frame. Um, Leathery features, long extending tentacles. However, he did use his action to drift over here. He's sort of floating currently. So between his action and movement, that is all for his turn. Which is kind of lucky, I guess.
That's lucky.
Inks, you are next in initiative.
Tight. Um, let's run. Oops. Wrong
Which way? Which way this time?
button. Oh my god, right? I could grab Santi right now. No, I'll do the right thing. 10, 15, 20. Oh fuck.
Fascinating. The right thing and the stupid thing. Once again.
Oh god. 35, 40. All right, cool. I'm gonna hit him.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Just running under Godric's legs.
Under a lot of legs, actually.
Yeah, actually, through a lot of space for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll to attack.
Boom. 22.
Ow. Okay, yeah, that hits.
Fuck that guy. Stunning strike.
Okay. What's your DC?
3 plus wisdom, right?
Wisdom and proficiency.
Okay. 8 plus 4. Nice. 12, 16.
Okay. So wisdom plus proficiency plus 8, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Perfect. All right. Then he fails.
Tight.
Yeah.
Hitting him again. 18.
Yeah. Ow. Okay. Yeah.
9.
Okay.
Flurry of blows.
Okay.
Boom. 28, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
11. There we go. That's the trend I want to see. And then One more time. 23.
Yes.
And I am going to move him 5 feet back.
Oh, all right. He drifts over these pits, floating still, but pushed. Is it 5 or 10?
5.
Okay, great.
And you know what? I think I will, because I can't back up. I only have 5 feet of movement left. We'll stay right there.
Okay, great. Oh shit, your sister's in initiative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. She's not as fast as you. She has some like disengage stuff, but like is not as fast as you in general. But
He also did a
sees.
big magic last time, right?
Yeah,
Like
she
blew up a
did.
room.
Yeah, yeah, she did nuke a room
Yeah.
and sends out a white bolt of light that freezes and frosts the surfaces of the walls beside you, and then impacts for 9 bits of cold pieces of cold damage, 9 points of cold damage to the Illithid. And then Godric, you are up.
Okay. I will hop over here into the room. Um, and yeah, I'm going to just bring the glaive. Sorry, I'm opening my sheet.
Don't forget you have advantage.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Well.
Okay.
Let me check my spell slots. I think I don't have any thirds because I hasted and then
And then Smit.
smote.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a third level that I smote with?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure 'cause
probably.
you almost fucking one-shot him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will do a second level smoting then. So that's just
God.
standard. And then
Oh no.
Oh
God.
no! Oh yes! Fucking Scotty.
Godric doesn't do things
each
by
level
half.
just adds one more d8, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's 3 to a total of 68 for this smite.
All right.
Oh God. Once again,
45
Godric
damage.
floats through the air and using his entire body weight cleaves through a squid-faced cephalopodic creature. That is deceased and falls with a very loud thud into the pit below. But that will actually be initiative because I don't have any more enemies that
Holy
can
shit.
affect you at this time.
Cool.
Okay, I guess it's handled.
Oh my!
It's handled, Toric.
Oh my God! That's so cool.
Godric cut another one's head off.
Everyone got to see it that time because everyone missed the first one.
Wait,
So
what's handled?
the short people over here in the temple are not part of everyone. Good to know.
That is-
Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Godric
people.
opened the door. Something came. Inks punched it. Godric cut its head off. Is the sequence.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the deal with this room? What is it?
Are there more?
Not that I could see. Hey, Godric, are there more?
Did
There's
you
a
look?
bunch of other people in here.
Did.
Hi everyone.
You see some people's heads kind of raise in your direction. All of these people are chained over their heads so that their hands are bound like above them, and you can also see that they are locked by shackles by their ankles as well. So there is some amount of like straining done for those who have a harder time seeing you, like rolling their heads and craning to try to see where the voice is coming from. But each of these pits is close to 10 feet deep. And there are intermittent places where there are like empty left shackles and then some that are obviously filled. Predominantly, you see mostly with like underdark dwellers. You see some goblin folk, some drow, and a couple surface dwellers as well. But everyone here looks. Roll me a medicine check.
Is that anybody?
Sure. Anyone who's
Yeah.
looking. Shit. Okay. To the two of you at least, they look a little emaciated, and many of them are wounded in some capacity. Very likely, like you see blood and bruising at their exposed wrists, and a few of them bear like lash scars across some of their partially exposed flesh.
How far down relative to we are the like places that their hands are chained? Or I should say like the place that the chain is connected to the wall.
Right, yeah. About 3 feet, you could probably bend down and lean over the side and unclasp people. Also, with your high intelligence or your high checks for the both of you, a few of them have bruising on like one side of their face near their like temple.
You think they got worms in their ears?
Probably. I will start like hacking at the chains above their head. Since that's the part I can reach. I don't have keys. I can't like unclasp them.
I mean, there was a
Hey.
jailer in the room.
Well, yeah, he's down in the pit now.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Hey,
run along the wall
Haza?
to get to the jailer.
Okay.
Does he have keys on him?
Yeah, you can find keys on him.
Oh, thank God. It's okay. Save your sword. I got it.
Sword's fine.
Haza, oops. Do we think it's a good idea to unshackle these people right now?
You immediately hear some of the people protesting at you for suggesting such.
Oh, so you're all awake.
Yeah, they're all very clearly awake.
I will switch to undercommon and say, just in case anybody not speak common here.
A couple of the drow hands raise.
Right. Okay, we're gonna let you out.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, if
would
one
be
comes
great.
back, will you help us kill it?
There's uncertainty. These people are we're being jailed by a single person. Like that's not really something that any of them look equipped to be able to withstand.
Okay, you can't flee out the way we came. It's not safe that way, so you're gonna have to just... Unless you know of another way out of here. We came in through what I assume is the front door. Past the big skeletal bowl thing.
Let me roll to see if anyone here might. No. You get a response back saying that many of them like are dazed and have fuzzy memories of even arriving here. And one person who proclaims to be a little bit more familiar with this region has truly no idea where he is.
Okay. Okay, we'll start with making it so that you don't have to hold your hands over your head anymore. We'll work on what happens after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll start letting people out.
Sweet. Well, you're all working on that. Toric and Ulvius. I believe, Ulvius, you're still in the midst of a ritual, is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And Toric, what are you doing?
I guess I will take a closer look at the statues. I want to look at the jars, but I know that there's something weird with the statues.
Let me see if we have. Let's see your feature. Let's see. Resistance to damage, advantage to resist. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Um and I'm trying to remember, you looked at one of the Zirkwood plaques earlier, right?
Yes, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe you
Yeah.
did.
Oh
right,
yeah.
Torek?
The pieces
Yeah.
of the pieces of bark.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then I will let you roll an investigation check at advantage. Or a history check, actually, if you'd like. Okay. So you, having kind of the sense now for at least some of the linguistic imagery that you've seen so far, even though it is detailed with more, even though it is impressed on these statues with more delicacy than the others, you are still able to discern it, and have, I think, the like have the passing thought that in order to read the last ones, you did have to put your hands upon it, and know in order to read whatever may be here, you would also have to touch it.
Sure, I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. Um, the knowledge that you gain by interacting with it physically is that to climb these stairs without without like a fortified resistance to psionics, who theoretically, the masters who facilitated this place in its first place, um, not in its first place, but in the current state, the people who set these traps um, would probably have the potential to melt your brain if you were to just walk up. But making use of any form of resistance, or like if you had a psionic ability, passing through would not cause harm.
Sure, don't have either of those things, so I will stay put.
Okay. Olvius, I'll give you time for your ritual to complete. I believe you were just doing
Fantastic.
text magic, right?
Yep. Mhm.
Okay. I believe that technically psionics don't register as magic, but I'll still grant that you have the ability to see that there is an effect to the weave here.
Okay.
And it is on these statues. I think you also see a preserving magic placed upon the jars on the opposite wall.
Okay. I will explain all of that to Goric.
Mm.
I wonder, can I squeeze between the field is going between the two statues?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and squeeze between the statue and the wall here.
All right. I will let you, and if Toric wishes to as well, because he's also small, you guys can both make that check. I'll say it'll be an acrobatics check, and the both of you would have advantage by being small. Okay. Yeah, I think both of you can wiggle your way through. It is snug, and especially with some of the armor that Toric is wearing, it's almost caught, but you guys can both make it
I-
through on
my
the other
leather?
sides. You have armor, right?
I just have studded leather.
Okay. I was picturing like your helmet.
It's a bucket hat now. Don't forget.
Oh, that's right. It's a
Fake
fisherman's
cloth
hat.
bucket hat.
My fucking mistake. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Oh no, I was gonna say your fucking item.
Oops. Yeah, but you both managed to squeeze your way through without being affected by whatever thing is in the middle.
Hey, good. It's a great job, Torek. Um, I got to admit, I'm not really sure what I'm doing up here. I just, the statues clearly were placed to prevent people from getting up here, which immediately made me want to get up here. Now that I'm here, I'm not really sure what I'm doing.
I was gonna say this was your idea. I was just gonna stay on the other side for a bit, but I mean we're here now. I will start looking at the jars.
I will follow suit and do the same. I am also stuck.
Oh, okay. You're on a wall. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Boop. There you go.
Thank you.
Apologies for the crooked
Yeah,
map.
no worries, no worries. And obviously, I've still got detect magic going in case anything gets super weird.
Okay. Okay. So the two of you, as you approach these jars, you kind of see that many of them are just stacked on top of each other. There are some bits of scaffolding that make shelves to about to the point where there are about 5 jars high of vessels here. Some of them appear to be empty of objects but still full of fluid. Some of them are empty of all fluid and objects. But very much the thing that is actually interesting is the ones that have both objects and fluid. You see that a couple of them have little writhing aquatic creatures that don't appear to have any fins, but just writhe through the liquid with gnashing teeth. And a couple of them just appear to have very gelatinous in their form and not really like solidly objected, but very clearly you've seen enough viscera to identify a brain within it. And a few of these brains have like sprouting tendrils from the stem that sort of wiggle around and place against the surface of the glass.
I'm sorry. Approximately how tall are these jars for the most part?
Each jar is about 8 to 12 inches tall.
Okay. So
So these are stacked like 1 2/3 Torix high.
Yeah.
more than that, if each one is like 8 to 12 inches and they are stacked 5 high in places, there are some of these that are arguably, but
Yeah.
you said 2.5 times. Never mind.
Yeah.
My math caught up.
No, I think you were right the first time. Like regardless, it's taller than both. It's stacked taller than both of us.
In both of us.
Yeah,
Correct.
it's nice and tall. Particularly given the context of what we have been fighting already, and not at all any of my Baldur's Gate 3 knowledge. Would I know what is in these things? Would I be able to identify these things, these creatures?
Did I DC?
No.
No.
Max, Tyler, you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah,
there
we
you
hear
are.
you.
Okay. We could not hear y'all for a little bit, and y'all could
Oh.
not hear us for a little bit, but I guess it's back to fine.
Yeah, sounds like you're back. I was just asking if, based on,
Oh,
um,
Max is not back yet. Max
okay,
is.
Hello?
There we
there
go.
you are. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, hi.
Yeah.
I'll
So,
defend myself by saying that I wrote this several months before I started playing Baldur's.
no worries, no worries. Yeah. So, yeah, I just want to know if Ulvius would have any idea what he's looking at.
I think the brains are very obvious. I
Mhm.
think that the brains with tendrils sort of elude you.
Mhm.
But I think that even though I maybe we didn't talk about it when you interacted with the in Mind Flayer in your brokering, I think that it's not unreasonable to either put the pieces together or that he actually did show you.
Okay. Great. I will explain to Torek at least what the combination of what was shared with me about these things and adding in whatever theories I have regarding. Yeah, it looks like they use these things to make these things, which turn into those things. I don't really know that we should leave these here.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So what I'm hearing is we back out and we smash these jars
Yeah,
from a safe distance.
yeah, no, that sounds like a great idea.
Sanzi wanders into the room and is looking around carefully. Says, "Do you need a hand with that, or have you got it?"
Don't cross the statues, as he is working his way back through the outside of the statue.
Okay. Is it okay if I have you make another acrobatics check?
Still at advantage.
Yeah, the both of you. Okay, no problem. No problem. Okay. Yeah, I could get it all in one if you wanted.
Well, yeah, wow, that sounds super helpful. Maybe we do it from the other side of the door, though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Uh, she steps out and like cracks her knuckles and starts shaking out her wrists.
Can I get clarification? What exactly is it? Fire? Because I got oil. If we want some extra burning.
It could be fire. I could do
Perfect. I will.
lightning, whatever you want.
I have how many things of oil do I have? 10. I will throw 6 of them past the.
Oh.
I will throw 6 of them past the statues
Okay.
around the outside, just in case these traps trigger off the oil.
hmm
I just let them smash into. I will aim for either empty jugs or just really the floor in front of it all.
Okay. All right. And then leave the room, I'm assuming.
Yes, then I'm out.
Okay. Yeah, you step out of the room. She takes a couple of concentrated breaths, and then conjures another small bolt of energy that quickly emulates and explodes on the opposite side of the room. The grease erupts. You hear the shattering of glass, not from the heat, but from the impact of force. And hear then sizzling and popping, melting sounds and shrieking as things are consumed by an intensely hot flame that doesn't then go away as the grease continues to burn.
Hey, listen up, everyone. Do not go in there.
Close the door behind me. And you know what? Then I have some pitons and a hammer. I'm gonna spike the door as closed as possible.
Amazing.
I have 8. I
Exactly.
will use 4 of them.
I love fucked up ways that this item gets used.
Love a piton. Damn that shit. Wedge this door shut forever.
I am locking the door. All right.
Just so I'm remembering, the walls around here are stone, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Smart enough to not burn down the house around my own head.
No, the walls around here, they're all straw. I'm sure it'll be fine though.
As you are hammering the pitons, you hear more like shrieking, flopping, wet noises and sizzling like meat cooking. That does not subside for a little while. Okay, back in the pit room. With the keys in hand and a sword at your disposal, you are able to free everyone who is here. Haza, I see you have taken interest in somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. You have found in a pit secluded an individual with very long pointed ears, thick, coarse hair that has a lot of volume within it that is tangled with growths, it looks like, some fungal growths and some moss, and the broken remains of armor that at one time was made of wood and had like lichen growing through it, but has mostly been shattered. They have some wounds where that armor has been pierced. They also have a fairly damaged face, and when they look up at you, they have fairly luminous, large eyes, with very large pupils that fills most of the shape of them. Their eyes feel very dark, um, uh, and they also go to like speak to you and make some like vocalizations. But as they talk, you can see that their tongue has been removed.
Oh, fuck.
But this person is very clearly, now that you see them and have had some experience with them, this person is very clearly a Fayish individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will like hop down. I know Inks is like working their way around, but just to give them a moment of relief, I'll hack the chain
Okay.
while we wait for Inks to let the manacles go.
Okay. Once this person's freed and or the shackles are loosened anyway, their arms drop to their side and they nod to you in gratitude.
Yeah, I'll reach a hand down, try to like pull them up.
Yeah, you can do that. They're very lightweight.
I'll nod at them and just make a gesture, just like one moment, and go to the ones over here. I assume Inks by this time has gotten like most of the, like clamber in, clamber out.
Yeah, Inks has a pretty easy time getting around. In the few minutes that it takes to complete Ulvius's ritual,
Yeah.
everyone can be loosed.
I guess the other one who's the odd one out is her.
Just a goblin-ish
Yeah.
or like that's my commoner hobgoblin token.
Mhm.
So, but she does not bear any marks from like earlier you had bumped into some folks from the Abaxium Tower and like the remains of their armor. She doesn't appear to be affiliated.
Yeah, I will, while Inks is letting them all out, I'll get my silk rope out and just help people out of the pit as they finish.
Cool. Everybody
Okay.
out of the pool.
Ye-
All right.
Okay.
Well, we have rescued you, which is good. The bad news is that we don't have a safe way out for you at the moment, and we don't know if there are more of them here. Does anybody know how many of them you've seen? I know they're kind of hard to tell, maybe.
uh, there's a couple whispers and trying to account. They say everyone's ballparking 3, maybe 4. Some people only saw 1 or 2.
So we can account for 3 dead at the moment. The fourth one at our back, who might be one of the ones who went through the wall to it. Well, no, probably not. Okay, so there might be there's probably one of them left, maybe 2 left. We've got 3 dead. Fuck. Okay, let's move out of the slave pit room.
Okay, where are you taking them?
Probably back to the common room that was back here.
Gotcha.
Passing past the nailed door. Oh, hey,
I don't hear anything, Haza.
yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? Did you get another one?
Oh, I'm a little peckish. It must be my stomach.
Uh-huh. Well, we have a bunch of captives here.
Oh, I can see that. Nothing to be worried about in here. Just if anyone has maybe a ration I could use, that would be great. But yeah, please go into that room. Nothing's burning in there.
Yeah. Everybody through and into here. Okay. I like lean in. Do we need to actually be? What the fuck is going on in there, though?
No, we
Like,
nailed it. Everything's on fire, and we nailed
yeah,
it
yeah,
shut.
I
It's gonna
see.
be fine.
You nailed a room shut that was on fire.
No, we set the room on fire, and then we nailed it shut. It's
What
fine.
is
It's great.
what's screaming?
The things that are on fire.
What are those?
It's complicated, but soon there'll be nothing, which is what we
Okay.
want. Torek and I are on it, and I'll put my arm around Torek.
Yeah, it does. It seems like you are on, and I'm just. Are we sure that whatever they are, they can't like float through stuff?
Well, apparently they
probably
can't
would have
float through
by now
fire.
if they could. So
Hey, who are all you fine folk?
A few of them give hazy recollections of their names, but all of them look fairly dazed and out of sorts.
And you said they all have a uniform mark on their face.
Not all of them. Maybe. You know what? I'll roll a die. I'll find out how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's nice. Look at me. Okay. 3 of them do.
What does it look like, I guess?
It looks like bruising. That's like clearly on their scalp, but like
Mhm.
extends out towards their like temple and cheekbone a little bit. You can see there's like some probably like on the ear. It's a little bit more obvious that there's like some a- internal damage done
Mhm.
to, like subdermal damage.
Detect
I'll
magic
give you
going
that because
off on
you.
anything?
Uh, I think not really. Most drow have like some magical abilities that, or like some of these people clearly have a sense of the arcane, but none of them are like pinging
Got it.
directly.
Can I like inspect that bruising a little closer and see if I can like see if it came from being struck or what it is?
You sure can, but it will require a medicine check.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Haza and Inks were only able to really parse it because they rolled high. But if you want to investigate it, you can roll a
Oh,
medicine
if it's the
check.
same check as I rolled that check, I got a
Oh,
15. So
Did you?
yeah,
Yeah.
it was just
I'll
next to all my stuff.
Okay. I'll let
But
you roll again if you want to try to look at this wound in particular. That
yeah.
first roll was just to assess like complete damage, if that makes sense.
Well, I've only got a +2, so
I can. Never mind.
Oh shit.
Pretty good.
yeah.
Okay. The bruising is certainly central to the ear canal. And there is some amount of like external damage that has been done to the ear canal as well, like some digging or scraping that has been
Yeah.
done there.
Okay, yes, these three have definitely had something stuck in their ears, probing some kind of something. I don't know
Oh God.
what that means. Tyler knows what that means.
Hey Mel, do you have any paper and writing utensil for this one?
Yes. Mel will hand over a paper and her pen.
Okay.
And some ink.
Yeah. I will gesture and say, "What is your name?" Is a good place to start.
Okay. Let's see. They scrawl out the word. Ah. I'll type them out as well, but like just the word crow.
Mhm. Are you an agent on behalf of anyone in particular? Just generally?
They nod, but then also say, as they scribe down, "Aren't we all?"
Right. It's just the last one of the last agent of a potentially Fey individual we encountered required a different set of rules, you understand.
They scribble down "Feathered Knight" with a question mark, and then underline the question mark.
Yes.
You can tell that they take this into contemplation. Then they write down name.
I'm gonna need to confer with my compatriots before I give away information that could potentially damage us or one of our friends. You understand? Mostly because I know that if you work for certain people, you will be obligated to act on whatever information I give you.
Their brow creases. You see not only skepticism, but a severity enter the darkness of their eyes, and they nod.
Look, your freedom is free. There's no strings attached to you walking out of here. It's just more than that, and we have to be careful. Not on behalf of necessarily of just in general.
There's another furtive nod.
Yeah, I will like poke my head back into the hall where the two are just crouched next to the screaming door.
It is beginning to die down.
All right. What's our plan?
Sorry.
I mean, get the hells out of here, eh?
Oh, thank God.
I mean, we're technically still looking for
I was-
something, but it feels like priorities have shifted now to making sure people get out alive.
I mean, if there's only one more of them mind flayers, I mean, they've gone down pretty easy so far.
Well, they're presuming the one that our friend had a negotiation with is behind us, then that's the one left. If there's another one somewhere in here, he figured they'd come running from the screaming.
Nah, it's not gonna carry across the bridge.
Okay. I can still kind of faintly hear it in here.
Well, I mean, you're right across the hallway.
That's
Look, what's going on? What's with all the people?
a bunch of slaves chained up. Some of them have ear ear
Could
scalp
be damage
bruises.
to the ears, the ear canal. Something was digging around in there.
Yeah. Why don't you step out here so we can have a private conversation?
Okay.
Yeah. You see,
Gotta
the
shut
the,
this door.
the things
We
in that
just found
room over there,
Uh-huh.
I believe pretty strongly that they're used to create more mind flayers. And
Uh-huh.
not all of those jars were filled with the things they use to create mind flayers. Is a pretty good indication that they've already used some of them on some people.
Some of the jars
Oh.
also just had brains, which, if anybody's missing, well, probably found what's left of them. I mean, not anymore, because I'll make the fire gesture with my hands.
Right. I feel like I'm with Ulvius on this one.
So what do you want to do with that?
Any way to fix them?
To get a What do they even look like?
I will describe as best I can the little floating things I saw in the.
A living thing crouched in their fucking brain. You want to get that out?
Yeah, Tor, do you mean
Well, I mean,
fix?
there's magic in this world, so I'm
Yeah,
asking if someone can do it. I can't.
I can.
I have a separate
Oh,
solution that is
oh,
probably not going to go over well.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, Toric, do you mean fix them? And Ulvius will put a big smiling face on, or fix them, and then he'll drag his thumb across his neck and stick his tongue out.
Well, I mean, I'm mostly asking about the first one because I feel like if we can't do the first one, then the second one is something of a given.
Do we know anything about how this fucking works?
Oh
Well,
yeah, if we have we have Inks' sister throw a fireball in there, this can be over real quick.
Into a room full of
Um,
innocent people, to be clear?
well, again, some of them are, and some of them
Okay,
will
yes.
not be.
Statistically,
Okay,
some of them are
if
probably criminals, okay? Like, one
No,
of them
that's
is
not what
probably
I
a criminal.
meant, Haza. That one, based on what Olvius is saying, some of them are about to be turned into monsters from the brain. It would be a mercy.
Okay, before we continue down this, since it seems none of us actually know what is going on or how long this will take, there is, of course, the option, as Godric and Haza have suggested, of taking everyone, and I do mean everyone, booking it back to the tower as fast as we can, the Braxius tower area, and seeing if there's someone there who knows more than we do.
Yeah, I mean, making it at the very least somebody else's concern, since I don't think we're qualified.
Or
I think we've all made it pretty clear that we are not qualified.
or bringing more of these tentacle things to a much more highly populated area.
Yeah, that's a
I
problem.
mean, we
Okay.
can keep an eye on them till we get there, and then once we get there, the people in charge. Maybe somebody knows more, maybe they don't, and then we're back to fix them. And I will make an exaggerated frowny face.
Also,
Yeah, I have a very good feeling that the people of the Braxium Tower are going to fix them, and she makes the slicing motion rather than try and, you know, expend
Well,
resources trying to
that's
keep
on
them
them.
alive.
okay. Also, not to complicate things, this won't mean anything to two of you. But we are here looking for presumably a Fey artifact, and there is an, shall we say, Fey agent in the other room who just so happens to be here and have been captured.
Okay. And are they going to help?
No, you don't. So they
We're also searching, right?
when I asked them and said maybe we had met somebody similar to them, they referenced something called a feathered knight, which seems pretty conspicuously like another individual we met.
Right.
I bet I could get their help.
What does that mean?
You know me, I'm very persuasive.
You're just gonna go punch the shit out of them till they answer?
I have other means of doing things.
Okay.
Are-
Mostly I'm mentioning them in the vein of their presence here suggests that what we're looking for is probably here somewhere.
Okay. And who are they? Do we know whose side they're on?
My guess is it would be the same person as Al, but
Oh,
Did you ask if they were?
I specifically did not, so that I did not force them to give them. I did not want to give them information that works against us.
Well, that would be asking them
Right, but the second
okay.
we make it
I mean,
known
that we know.
that we
right, I
know, the
suppose.
game's up.
Say, why don't you guys carry on? I just think the longer we leave them in there unattended, the weirder this looks. So I think I'm just gonna hop back in there. Hi, everybody.
Godric has just been kind of standing with his back to
Oh,
the
okay.
group, just kind of like smiling and just, standing in the doorway.
Are there any cups or anything in this room? I was gonna offer people tea, but
No, there are not.
Okay.
The things that
Hold
have
out
been
your
in this
hands.
room do not
Right.
drink beverages.
Everybody
hold
cup
out your
your
hands. Gonna pour this hot tea straight into your hands.
It's like it's a different version of the test from the thing.
Okay, so it just seems to me we have a couple decisions to make.
Yes.
Are we going to try to help these people?
Yes.
The ones with that potentially might be the things. The others obviously can make their way. If we are going to try to help them, we need to go, and we need to go now because we don't know what our timetable is otherwise. If we're not going to help them, if we just want to not take the risk, which is the smarter choice, then there's a solution for that as well. Hey, so this operative or whatever you said, they one of the ones that might turn?
I don't think so.
Damn. That would have solved some problems for us.
They got severely fucked up, but no, I don't think they're. And then they got their tongue cut out, which I suppose is one way of dealing with a fae.
It's also one way of
Sort of
dealing
a
with a
grim.
person who's casting spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't say the magic words if you. Yikes.
So we could just wanted to alert you to their presence because they said their name was Crow and
Oh,
conspicuously
okay. Yeah,
yeah. Yeah,
that's an
no, I know.
important detail
I
there,
should I
Asa.
should have led with that. I know, but it just I was
See,
sort of taken aback by the thing crawling into their ears angle.
his can't believe I'm going to be the one to say this. We should keep them with us as long as we can.
Provisionally I agree, but why?
Well, if they're working for the same people that Owl was working for, then wherever Hyacinth is, this person's probably hunting them too. Longer this agent's with us, less time they got to do their job.
Assuming they weren't here looking for the Fey relic we're looking for, the knotted
Yeah.
hands thing.
I was gonna say that that's probably their objective. If they're down here and we know that there
Yeah,
is
here's the
something-
thing. What are they going to do at this point? They got no tongue. They're outnumbered 5-6 to 1.
This is true. However, consider if we leave here and we leave that thing here, if it's important enough for them to have sent someone in the same way that it was important to find the staff, which apparently had world-destroying implications, we need to find the fucking thing that's here.
Yeah, here's the thing about that. The more time we spend doing that now, the less time we have to help
I
those people.
fucking know.
So my thought, like I said, keep this person with us. Keep Crow. You said Crow.
Crow, yeah.
There's an eat crow in here joke in here somewhere, but regardless.
I mean, I was waiting.
So has anyone turned while this conversation is happening?
Okay.
Point
I
is,
don't-
keep them with us. Get the other people back to anywhere where we might be able to actually get them some help, and then we can come back.
Okay, do we let them know? As
That
in
they
the
might
people-
die any moment?
Yeah.
That's your
Hmm.
call.
Should we have them
Probably.
restrained?
Do you think
Yes.
restraints will matter?
Yeah, I saw one of them float through a wall.
I mean, actually, you know what? I'm with Godric on this one because maybe it takes them time to know what they can do, and realistically, how much can it hurt to tie their hands or something?
Fair enough. Then we should let them know.
I mean, have you asked them what happened? Like, there's a whole room of them, right? Like, maybe one of them knows what happened to the others. Did you ask?
There wasn't a lot of time for.
Okay, well, now's the time.
Yes,
to do
now's a
that,
good time. Godric, you want?
then. Why don't we all
My
just go
associates
in?
and I have been discussing. You three with the ear troubles. Did y'all get worms put in your ears?
They all look confused, and and as they look at each other to try to get any form of recognition between them, uh, they begin to like one by one explain that they like while they've been here, like they've been subjected to some psychic harm. Like their memories of what has been going on here are muddy at best. Um, they recall occasions of being brought to like the mess hall to eat. They've been brought to different rooms on occasion and sat down in chairs, but like any major attempt at recall, they are left scratching their heads.
All right. Well, I hate to be the bearer of terrible news, the three of y'all, we're fairly certain, have been infected by mind flayer parasites that are gonna turn y'all into tentacle freaks.
We think.
So we're gonna have to restrain you guys, and hopefully figure out a way to undo that. But barring that, you're already gone.
Oh god.
Yeah, that blatantly horrifies everyone in this room to the point of like hysteria beginning to build.
Yep.
Yeah, well. Okay, listen. We are going to try to get everybody here out of here alive. The few of you that had this thing possibly happen to you, we just have to be a little bit more careful. We're trying to take you to some people who might actually know what to do about this. Because we don't at all.
I could potentially solve it if only I had line of sight on these goddamn worms.
It's kind of the whole point.
It's- hmm. Hmm. Can, can I make a Arcana check on my own capabilities? Can I like search my knowledge to see if I think that something might work?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So my thought process was, or rather, my thought process at first is, damn, I wish I could only see the worm because then I could cast banishment and get it out of there without, harming anybody. The second thought was, what if I just casted banishment on the person? Would the worm stay?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Does that work like that?
Okay.
Because it
Okay.
is a different creature.
I will let you make this roll, and I'll let you make the roll.
I am going to cast guidance on myself because I really
Sure.
want to know.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here it goes. Oh, I'm
Nice.
using inspiration.
Okay.
This might be an important Arcana check. Come on, baby, big money, no whammies. Fuck me, I'm using another inspiration. Roll 20, please, for the love of everything unholy. Fucking. Okay, I roll a
Ooh.
max 4. Great. Awesome. Sick.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So the let's see. So Arcana wise, with a total of the 17, I think you have the knowledge well enough of banishment that, like, in the same way that clothes don't vanish or like don't fall behind when you banish somebody, the creature within, especially as like a parasite that is making its home effectively within the host,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to banish away the person in the same way you couldn't banish their clothing off of them.
Right. Yeah, I absolutely kind of figured, but it was worth a thought.
Mm-hmm.
Shucks. Inks.
Hey, do you mind if I see that paper?
Are you talking to the
Pro.
Hood Fae?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll hand it to you.
Um, okay. Pro, is it?
They nod.
Um, do you recognize this? And she will grab part of her necklace and pull out the little fate token she got from Owl.
There's not like broad dawning like recognition, but you can see that their very wide pupils widen a little bit, and their head cocks to one side, and they like ask for the paper back so they can write.
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Okay.
She'll read over what else was read too before she hands it back.
Yeah. Just
Uh,
asking who made that for you.
yeah, it was someone who looked um, somewhat like you, or at least dressed similarly. Their name was Owl. Do you know them?
They nod.
Yeah. So Owl was on a mission at a time to find something. Were you on a similar mission?
They nod.
Hmm. Is it powerful?
They nod.
Um, do you want assistance in finding it?
They
You're kind
nod
of
a
in
lot.
a kind of not in the best place, are you?
Yeah.
Do you have
They write down and underline yes repeatedly.
awesome. Do you have any leads for it?
Their head kind of swivels a bit as they kind of look around this room and gesture out with their hands in a like somewhere gesture.
Hmm. That may not have been as helpful as you thought it was. Hmm.
They take to the paper again and say,
Oh, that is very fortunate for us. Um, is it close?
uh, they say, closer in the slave pits.
We just came from?
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm. Are you on a timeline?
Um, must return quickly.
Yeah, we kind of have a vested interest in getting everyone out of here, and then coming back. Does that work with your timeline?
They look at all of you and look at the survivors. You can see the uncertainty, but they nod and then
Well,
write down
that's
unsafe traveling alone.
very true, especially in your current condition. Well, I look very much forward to working with you. And she'll hold out her hand to shake.
Both hands clasp around yours. You see, they have like really long, bony, almost like talon-like hands, with long painted black nails that sort of wrap around almost your wrist and just envelop your hand in a like branch-like bony grip.
She will take this time to specifically walk past Haza and say, "See, I can be very persuasive," and she'll throw her hair to the side.
I think we have different goals in our persuasion.
Possibly, but you can't argue that I got more out of her than you did. Them, excuse me.
Because I didn't try
Uh-huh. Say what you need to say to make
so
yourself
as
feel
to
better.
not give a. Nope, you got this.
Yep, I found a bloodhound, you found nothing.
She just
Did
smiles
you
but
just
goes,
call that elf a dog?
Uh, Not necessarily.
yeah, maybe don't fuck up the negotiations before you leave the room.
It'll be fine. We're close.
Sure it will. We're getting the fuck out of here then.
As good a time as any.
Have we? I mean, okay, yeah, we should backtrack. Although, keep your keep alert because we know there's one more. There are.
One or two.
Yeah, or 5.
Yeah, I mean,
Or 5.
we are using their recollection, and they don't even remember if stuff got put in their ears. So
Yeah.
I see one of them like digging his pinky into his ear.
okay, you know, I just
Hey, nothing smaller than your elbow in there.
Is that a saying? What you just
Oh, no,
said is
I
that? Oh,
I just think it's good advice.
oh,
You know what's smaller than your elbow?
a lot of things.
Those worms are smaller than your elbow.
Yeah, that's probably how they got in there.
Yeah, shouldn't put things smaller than your elbow in your ear.
And we're walking. We're walking. We are walking. Walking.
Never let Ulvius and Mel converse
it's gonna.
ever.
Oh boy. How long has it been since we rested? Like our long rest?
A few hours at least.
Yeah,
Okay.
it took us a few hours to get here.
Okay, perfect.
2-second level spell slots ago.
6 key ago.
As you are beginning to walk out, you
Wait,
have
hold
the
on.
cup.
Didn't I have? Yeah, I had Pakareva waiting with Sanchi, and Sanchi made it all the way over here.
Oh yeah, do I need to bring your?
No, I got her. It's fine.
Okay. Okay.
I've got roughly 40 minutes left on the mental protections I've put on 3 of us, so best we hustle.
Yeah. Also, I mean, getting back to town's going to take us a number of hours. We'll have to decide if we're going to just push on. Well, they're not going to want to push on through the night. Who am I kidding?
I think the ones who have a time frame might want to
Oh,
push on through the night.
They might want to, but look at them. I mean, they weren't exactly given great treatment. They're going to get tired.
Yeah, we're gonna need to feed them and give them water at a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, I got extra supplies. That's not the issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
time to kill our way out of here. At least 2 things to kill on the way out.
Maybe 5.
Maybe 5.
Doug, did you put your cloak of the elven kind back on?
No, I still have my Sansi's cloak.
Okay.
I plan on keeping it until we're out of here.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna stay back with the prisoners, take up the rear.
Yeah, I'm
Same.
back there too.
All right.
3 in front, 3 in back.
All right. Oh fuck, this is gonna be weird as you march. Okay. All right. So you're just walking the way you've come, right?
Yeah.
Much as I want to check some of these other doors because they're right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that last door we checked wasn't that great.
There was one door on the other side of the slave pit we didn't get to.
Yeah, there's one in the hallway here. I don't know why. Well, there we go. Ping. I think there was another door around by the temple, but I don't remember. And by temple, I mean brain room. No, that's there.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, my selector thing is all fucky.
It's a lot of people to move through this tight space.
Yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is just block move everybody to
There is one easy option, which is just we all get back to town safe and sound.
yeah, that'd be really cool, huh?
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it for everybody?
Shimmer montage, yay!
Here we go. Here we go. You guys can all see. Okay. And are you just going then north through these doors to the hallway, right?
Yep. Knowing that we're pretty quickly gonna reach the area where our previous friend was.
That is accurate. Okay. If you guys want to start moving yourselves a little bit, that would help a little. Okay. All right. Okay. As I'm trying to get all these NPCs in the right line.
Yeah, and there were some people in the kitchen, right?
Yeah. You got more folks back there.
Yeah, I will stick my head in and just yell, "Jailbreak, everyone out. Come on."
A lot of them are a little bit dazed, and like need to be shaken a bit before they move.
If Inks passes by me at any point, I'm gonna grab her arm.
Let me move back to you then.
So, what was that?
What was what?
Let's not make a scene here, Inks. Come on, let's walk.
Sure. I'm not playing a game though. I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about. A lot has happened.
The thing that you just did with your new friend.
Oh, you mean gain their trust?
What are they saying?
Uh, you mean just now?
She just extends a hand. It would be easier if I just read.
Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I'll take the note and read it.
Okay. You just see scrawled at the bottom of the page, the words "you smell familiar."
You
I
encounter
don't know what it means. I never met this person before in my life. The only time I come across Faye was, oh my gosh, I forgot Tyler's previous character.
Hyacinth.
Hyacinth, thank you. Hyacinth and now. No reason I should smell familiar.
Is she lying?
You can roll an insight check.
Let's do it.
Doug, you can roll the appropriate charisma check.
Perfect.
God damn it.
Yay!
What?
I've got an inspiration for you, Violet.
Oh, come on!
I love you, Adam.
I don't know how to whisper. Can you do it?
Yeah, I
Damn it.
can roll
Slash,
for you.
slash
Okay,
GM
cool.
roll.
That's
Oh,
right.
slash GM roll. Okay.
And then just
Okay.
1d20 plus whatever.
So
Okay.
just like as coy as Inks is being, Inks is not trying to be subtle or secretive. As far as you can tell, like her confusion is more, or her tone is more on trying to remain calm than it is to like brush you off.
All right, and it's worrying you because you weren't necessarily being truthful here,
What are you talking about?
Inks. She
How was
just
I not
looks
being
at
truthful? I've met 3 Faye in my life.
whatever. If it ends up biting you, it better not bite me.
I'm very confused.
She'll hand the note back.
Haza, you're hurting these people.
Yeah, like gently shaking them, like putting the hand on their back, being like, "Come on, we gotta go."
Okay. As you do so, and they're like walking this way, this one, sort of leading the way, just kind of rams their shoulder into this wall a couple times. Not like hard, but just lazily, but with force, falls into this door a couple of times.
Huh. Uh, do they like stop at the door?
Once you get closer, they like move out of the way and watch the door.
What's in there?
They don't say anything. They just kind of keep looking at the door.
I like get right in their face. Hey, listen. What's in that room?
Why don't you roll me an insight check?
Not good at this. Oh,
Ooh.
Today you are.
Today you read like a perfect emptiness in this person's eyes. Like there is not a lot of brain happening.
I will poke my head around the corner and say, there's one more door I'm gonna kick in.
I thought we were leaving.
We are, but there might be some more people. This one's bumping up, although I don't know if there's much of them left.
All right. I mean, there was another door literally where the prisoners were kept. Do it. Got your back right here.
You know we don't have to break in doors, right? I can just unlock them.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that then.
Hey.
Yeah, that lock comes free. And you see 2 more people sitting inside the room, like on the edges of made beds with their hands on their knees and staring at the opposite wall. Kind of very similar to the people that you had seen in the kitchen and are currently hurting.
Okay. Both of you come with us. Just like gently take their hands.
Mhm.
Still the same completely the complete nothingness behind the eyes, right?
Yeah, you're seeing like
Mm.
feeble-minded individuals.
Yeah. Okay. I will like I'll go into this hallway, wait a second as they get like ushered into the center of the pack.
Okay.
The person who is like bumping and stumbling, are they like at all noticeably less like? You said that their eyes looked hollow and stuff. Are they like noticeably less aware and conscious than they were 10 minutes ago?
Not 10 minutes ago. Like it's like since you kind of flew through this room in the first place, you had kind of seen people just sitting at the tables and maybe eating a little bit, but like the people you are currently interacting with in the kitchen or like the dining room and this like resting room, they all appear to be brain fucked. Okay, so Haza, you are leading, right?
Yep. Fully expecting the thing to pop up at any second.
Okay. Who is following?
Was Inks the other one up here in the Vanguard?
I can follow. That's fine.
Okay.
I'll
It's gonna
I'll
get
be
weird
behind
because
those
I'm
two.
stuck in the wall.
Alright.
I got it.
Yeah, the wall's gonna make it a little bit weird for now. Just trying to get a vague idea of your marching order.
I'll move to the end of this hallway.
Okay, perfect. And Mel and Torek and Godric taking up the rear.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
Gonna be a
We
lot
have
of people.
been through because this door is open, correct? Did we ever
That's
go through this way?
Godric had a
Okay.
couple times.
Yeah, that was the loop.
Yeah.
Hey, if we're checking for more survivors, I can go back and check that other place. I'm faster than most of you. I don't
Hmm.
want to do it alone. I said most, Inks. Shut up. I'd rather not do it alone, and if our plan is to just go with what we've got, that's fine.
Well, if there's a locked door, I should probably go with you.
Or do we want to lock these guys here in the cafeteria and just go all together?
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Some
Better
of us
yet,
should at
there's
least
a
stay. So if they transform while we're gone, it's not a bloodbath, and the ones who haven't been infested can survive. Maybe.
okay, there's a enclosed bedroom over here. I don't know how many people can fit though.
Again, we might just be, you know, leaving the people who are unharmed like that in a room with potentially people who will become dangerous, and we just freed two more of them. The odds are no longer in their favor. I don't think they ever were.
I got one more door in here for being thorough.
All right, Inks, why don't you and I just go back? We're the fastest, I think.
Everyone else in the kitchen?
Patrick's pretty fast, and he's proven he's very well equipped against these guys.
Okay, then why don't the two of you go?
Oh, I was hoping the three of us, but sure. Two's just fine. And she'll grab Gotcha's hand.
That'll work. Both of you still got the brain protection. For now. Everyone else in the cafeteria.
Okay. I'll put all the NPCs in the cafeteria. Who's splitting off going where?
Don't say it like that.
You know what? I guess I will. You know what? You're right. Inks, you're right. I'll go. That way, if something goes wrong, everybody will know real quick. And they'll know to come running. I will shoulder my rifle.
All right. These little
Yeah.
guys.
I want to try to usher them all like into the very center of the room,
Sure.
as tight as they can. Mainly because the one thing I know about these fucking things is they can go through walls.
Clump them together real nice for a good mind blast.
hmm
Look,
Okay.
I'm not leading the way. I'm just here in case the door's locked.
is who all is staying back with me and Ulvius?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll put Sansi here too.
Say, why don't you take a step back there, Haza?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm closing all the doors. Do you think should we spread out or? Yeah, we should probably spread out.
So we just heading this way?
I was gonna go back across the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, Godric, that's the path you've come through a couple times.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just thought that we had just come back from across the bridge. So we're crossing the bridge another time?
Yeah, I mean, if we're trying to get everybody out, there was a room right next to where the other
Yep.
prisoners were being kept. I figure maybe there's still somebody there.
Alright.
And there's another way we didn't even go. I will be at the back because I have a gun.
All right. You guys cross the broad and looming chasm and enter the common room again, it looks like. Godric, you open the door to what appears to be the entryway into this fortress
Yeah, I
from...
think I've opened that door before.
Yeah, I think you did. From the western side, a lot of it out beyond the first like 10 feet is just wrought tunnel rather than carved masonry.
Mhm.
Nothing out there.
Just, I guess, freedom, expanse, underdark.
Ah. Okay, well, there's one other way back around the bend, and if that's clear, we can meet up with the others and get the hell out. Think it's faster to go this way? I mean, we know the other way, but that might still be faster. You know what? Let's not complicate things. He's saying that mostly to himself. Yeah, hang a left back there, Inks.
Right.
Oh, left.
It looks like this door here is locked.
On it.
All right, roll me a Thieves' Tools check.
Oh boy, this was more than I
Ooh.
thought.
Okay,
I
that
opened
lock.
one of these before because I was wondering if it would go around.
Another chasm.
Yeah, you find the other bridge, the one that you had seen from the road.
Looks like we got some beds in here. Creepy dark rooms.
Yeah, you see some private chambers. Most of them are stripped of the bedding. Actually, there's no mattresses. There's just stretched taut like rope and leather bed frames. Um, no like items of comfort amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Inks peers into a room that is like bloodstained and is littered with not particularly very old corpse pieces.
Ugh.
Just close the door behind you.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, one more across the hallway, and then we bail, right?
Like that plan.
Okay.
Oh, stairs down or stairs up.
Yeah, these stairs go up to the battlements, which means that you are currently like once the door opens and you would exit the top of the stairs, you are above the chasm, and quote unquote outside.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's. Oh, okay. I was gonna. Okay.
I just wanted some air.
Okay. Godric.
He's coming.
I wonder if they'll be able to hear us at this point. It's through stone. But, well, we'll find out. Well, hopefully, we won't find out. What am I saying?
Is that the screaming room over here? Oops. There we go.
Shouldn't be. There were no other doors to that room.
So we got one more room to check.
I mean, I was fine. I mean, I guess, yeah. Haza might be upset if we left the door unchecked. Although, you know what? I'm not gonna blame this on Haza. Let's just do it.
All right. The door doesn't budge when you go to open it.
Inspiration. Oh,
You
whoever.
actually
Yeah.
can tell that it's very likely barred. There feels like something beyond the a lock mechanism that is keeping this door shut.
Well, no dice.
I got a crowbar.
I mean, if it's barred from the inside, it's probably not holding prisoners. We could probably save this for our return trip. I mean, if the crow said, you know, the item was closer when they were in the slave pits, this might be the way to that.
Yeah. All right, back to everybody else.
Yeah, they are definitely close to a mind flayer last we knew, so we should get back.
Not take long. Bekareva, haul ass. We could just go across this bridge, right? Doesn't it link up?
Oh, that was my plan.
Well, okay, there's Godric. I was going to say, now we left Godric alone.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, all of these doors on the bridges are locked. That does not
I will
open
use
the
an
lock.
inspiration for it. Oops, that's the wrong button. There it is.
There you go. You kick it once and it springs open.
See? Tricks of the trade. She's saying that to Torque. Oh, I don't like it
I'm
here.
working on it. Oh, oh God, this is the wrong place to come through. Bekareva really haul ass.
I mean, ain't this where Noodle Face was?
It sure
Might as well
is.
just kick it in. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
go
we should
for
get
it.
everybody else. Knock knock.
He is not there, but the corpse of the orc whose head has been torn open and left exposed and spilling blood is discarded on the floor. Inks, another orc who looks sort of dead-eyed, is lumbering towards you in the room you are in. We gotta roll into initiative now.
Ah.
Yeah, we should get Miles to bed. Let me get my. I'll roll initiative and then work on that.
Yeah, we'll roll initiative and we'll take our 15-minute break.
All right, I'll be right back.
Boy, not good.
assume that
for
he's
sure.
a little bit covered in the gore of his last meal.
Yeah, 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 he is. Which you can see fairly clearly as his mouth
Oh, shit!
opens. 21 to hit, Inks. All right, you are grasped by the tentacles that once again begin writhing across your head, this time trailing old blood that stinks of iron. Let's see. If he has you grappled, yeah, he's got some movement left. He is going to drag himself back through this door and bring you along with him. For that attack, that deals 14 points of psychic damage.
Got it.
Have to.
Yep, I remember.
And then it is Mel's turn.
Which way did they go out again?
They had all left. Um, Effectively, they have all gone. Let me get my arrow show. Okay, they have all gone this way. Wrong. This way, like that way.
Gotcha.
But the sounds are coming from this way.
Okay, then I'm gonna open this door and make it to about here. And I don't see anything still, so
This way
oh,
still.
sorry. Right.
Yeah.
Can I open the door again then?
I say
As an action or bonus action or something?
Yeah, you're not going to be taking any other actions. I'll say you can open 2
Yeah.
doors in the meantime.
All right. Sorry, how far away was that? 20. So I got 10 more feet. Yep, that's. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Godric. Tyler?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you're up.
Okay.
And 15. 40.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm still not there, so don't think I have any bonus action go faster. So I will just, I guess, dash and move one more square.
Oh,
Yeah. And I'll use my bonus action to activate my shield. But that's it for my turn.
okay. Aza.
So I heard all that, right?
Yeah, and Mel is now heavy metal sprinting.
Yeah, I will at least dash to here so I can see down the hallway.
Okay.
Not leaving the room yet. Just shield up, looking down the hallway.
Okay. Right. Toric, you're up.
Ready? 5, 10. I can stand on dead orc, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's 35. Yeah, not today. Not today. I will use a bonus action to cast Thunderous Smite.
Okay.
And then I will shoot him. My other... Yeah.
Okay, that'll hit.
Great damage. but 2d6 thunder for the thunderous smite. 5 thunder damage. My spells. I don't know why my spell save DC is not set up correct. It is a strength save of DC 14, or be pushed 14, or be pushed 10 feet away.
I rolled a 6.
Yes.
Once again, ripped from Inks's stunned skull.
Yeah, knocked prone,
Like-
which is not great for my second follow-up shot, but can't win them all. Worth it to save my friend. Oh, I will
13.
spend an inspiration because otherwise that's a
Ugh.
misfire.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's worse.
You need
All
another?
right, one more. I still got some backups,
Hey.
Ooh. Okay,
but I believe that just goes to the 22.
that is correct, but
That's
we'll
fine.
take the win. We'll take the win.
I'll take the non-misfire. That does hurt a little bit, won't lie, but my gun didn't blow up in my hands. That is 16
Ooh.
damage, and you know what? I don't like this individual. I am spending both of my grit points on violent shot. You add 2d12 more damage. That is an extra 18 points of damage.
Get that crit in anyway.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna fake the crit until I make the crit.
Yeah. Make your own crit.
Ouch.
So that's 34 from the second shot and 15 from the first shot.
Yeah, you're blasting pieces off of this creature pretty readily.
Oh,
Get the fuck away. That's it.
Okay.
I have 5 feet of movement left, but I will stay where I am.
Okay.
Nope.
Ah, nope. All right, Olvius, you are up.
Hazel, can you see what's going on out there?
nope. I could see down a hallway, so
Oh boy.
we probably need to stay here.
Yeah, why don't go see what's happening? What and I'll point at Inks. What is it? Sappy? Sapphic? What's your sister's name?
Sansi.
Hmm.
What is it?
Sansi.
Sansi. Sansi, why don't you join me up here?
That was an option in your mind.
Yeah, that was like a and it clicked.
Wait,
yeah,
time.
yeah. I don't have her in initiative, but she'll come over to you.
And
you want me to leave the room?
and just so I know which one of these is Crow.
Oh, that would be this person down here.
Oh, down here. Okay,
Yes.
awesome. Well, no, not really, but I don't know that we've got good options here.
Okay, can you make me faster?
No, go fast.
Great. I don't know, magic.
Sanzi shrugs. Okay. Anything else for your turn, Olvius?
That's it.
All right. Okay. Ooh, Minotaur. Minotaur skeleton. Stands over.
What? I was just cursing at the skeleton.
Oh, okay. Skeleton looms over all of you with its weathered axe in hand, using the weight of it to come crashing down beside Inks. Did not succeed in making that save or that attack. The Mind Flayer gets up to its feet, shaking horribly, and then goes to hide against this wall here. Then it is Mel's turn.
That feels like another trap.
I'm going to take my 30 feet to get here and open the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yell when you see something.
See a
Yeah,
dead
I
body.
will. Yeah, I see a dead. Yeah. Uh, did we kill that big skeleton thing?
One of
These
them.
ones?
Yeah, on our way in.
Yeah, you killed a couple. The ones that were forging.
Or sorry, 2 of them. We didn't kill the doorkeeper. The doorman.
Right. Can I discern whether it's like right or left? Where the sound is coming from?
Up this way.
Got it. Then I will. If I dash, can I make it through that door? Well, I guess
think
one
so.
of. Oh wait, they're open. Sick.
Yeah, the doors are open. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I'll dash high. All right, I'll get there. Hey, Torque. What's going on?
Found that last. Found the first.
Thing. Got
Yeah,
it.
squiddy. That's the word I was looking for.
Torek is mounted on Pekreva, which has climbed on top of a corpse of an orc and is now like 5 feet in the air. Okay, Godric, you are up.
Okay, I will cast Thunderous Smite and then attack this bone guy.
Mm-hmm.
Smite buddies.
Is a 14 hit?
It does.
Okay. 15 slashing and 10 thunder.
Does thunder? Nah, nothing special. Just
Okay.
thunder.
All right, and then strength save.
Yeah. Rolling a 9.
All right.
Fucking sweet, dudes.
Pushed 10 feet away and knocked prone. I'll head into the room.
Okay.
And then I will take my second attack at the Mind Flayer.
I actually need you to make me an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
Advantage.
It's like holding it
Yeah.
held action.
All right.
Well,
Ooh,
Ooh,
okay.
intellect fortress.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Nat 1 versus Nat 20.
So yeah, glaive attack on the Mind Flayer.
Okay. It doesn't look like you take half damage when you save. No damage is taken, it looks like. So
Okay.
like you feel once again that like sprawling sensation just wash over you. You feel it in you, but it does not hurt. And then yeah, go ahead.
24 to hit.
Ouch. Okay.
11 slashing.
Ouch.
And I'll throw a first level Divine Smite on it.
Oh, okay.
7.
Oh, you take him out.
All right. All right. Well, that's it for my turn.
All right. Haza.
I turn back to the room. Everyone that can scream if anything goes wrong in here.
A lot of
And-
people nod.
Yeah, and I dash.
Okay.
Everyone that can. Wow.
I can dash to here. I come in and see a fucking dead guy on the ground and nobody else.
Yeah, and like bloody footprints leaving away from the corpse.
Everyone good?
You've definitely heard a couple more thunderous smites happen
Yeah.
recently. So.
And they were just from down this hallway. I don't know from where.
Boom.
Okay, that's my turn.
All right, Torek.
I will reach over, put a hand on Inks's shoulder. I will grab my holy symbol. We're going to need you in there punching that thing. And I will cast resistance on Ink.
Okay. Very well, Inks. Make another int save at advantage with a D4. If you choose to use the D4 at this time.
I don't. Yeah, fuck it. 20.
All right, you shake free at the end of your turn, right?
Yep.
Yep, yep. But you are now with it.
Third time's a charm.
Olvius. Yeah, I think that's what happened last time too.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
How's the vibe in this room?
People are still pretty scared, pretty freaked out, but no one is no one is exploding yet.
All right, I'm gonna just stand in the way of the doorway and occasionally look over my shoulder, and that'll be my turn.
All right. The bones in a shuffled prone heap begin to upright themselves in a comical xylophone noise before swinging the great axe at Godric and missing. The Minotaur's mouth opens and lets out a hollow roar. These things do not have a multi-attack. Mel, you are up.
All right. Well, so I don't have line of sight. I'm going to. Oh, hey. It's one of you. That was 10 feet. It's another 10. Yeah, I can do it. Fuck yeah, Corpse Slayer. That also has a. I can guess that this thing is undead.
Oh,
Correct.
well, yeah, absolutely. It's bones.
These bones.
Context
These
clues.
bones. I just always have to
Context
ask.
clue,
I
the
don't know.
context being its entire face.
Yeah,
And being.
it's visage.
Does it 23?
Toe to tip.
Yeah, yeah. And it is vulnerable to bludgeoning damage.
Why'd you think
It's
I
also
made it a fucking
not-
flail?
It's not resistant to any of the necrotic damage, right?
Correct.
Isn't that a thing on your class?
I believe so. Yes, because it very mostly does necrotic
Oh,
damage,
it's dead.
and that'd be silly.
You swing, knock its jaw off, and then as like swiping across, the jaw comes loose, and as the head like spins to follow, you crack downwards and shatter through the skull and horns, and it fractures. The whole body comes cascading down, and once again, the comical xylophone noise.
Any more of them?
You see the corpse of a mind flayer to the wall.
Just saw those.
Everything good?
Yep.
Okay, running back.
We got one. There's another door, though.
I am so over doors at this point. Can we just
I-
go?
You opened the door. I was about to agree with things.
I didn't open anything. It's locked.
I got a crowbar.
I mean, I don't remember which direction is the exit at this
Oh,
point.
This
so-
is the exit, and it is just barred on this side.
Okay.
Yeah, I sprinted back to the group.
Okay.
If there's no
Oh, this is the
imminent
first room we
danger up
came
here.
into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the
Got
door
it.
guard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys somehow managed to loop all the way around.
You did it.
We went in a circle again. Yeah. Wait.
Well, that does mean that the exit's clear. Should I get the rest?
Yeah, I think Hazel went back.
Okay.
Yeah, I come like
We should
running
all
down the
we should
hallway.
all go back.
We got the all
Yes.
clear.
Oh wow, that's wonderful.
Yeah, I don't know what the damage is, but whatever was attacking them is dead. So Do you want to lead them up the hallway and I'll take rear?
Sure. I will do just that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll migrate this whole group up to the top. Since I am no longer concerned about your traveling direction. Oh god. Oh, it's gonna get messy here.
Mhm.
Blech.
Okay. Did you guys do a full sweep?
Yep.
I
Noted.
mean, we found a locked door that was barred from the other side. Couldn't get in. But
Had to go
figured
out on parapets to get there too, so it's like a separate part of the complex.
Huh, okay.
it's something we'll check out if we come back here.
Yeah. Do we take a beat to feed and give some of these people water? We're gonna be doing forced marches. The sooner we get them a little bit taken care of, the
Holy
better
shit,
they'll be at it.
that's a lot of people, dude.
What was that, Ted?
I was counting how many people we've potentially rescued. 2, 4, 6,
11?
8, 10, 12.
Oh, I missed like a
2,
few of them.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
Do we have? Can anybody make food and water for them?
This is a thing we reminded Mel she can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can do that. I'll go ahead and
How many
do
people
that, I
does that feed?
suppose. It's a great question. Let's see what Create Food and Water has to say for us. Up to 15 humanoids.
Okay.
Or 5 steeds. Yeah, there we go.
Right, you can begin passing out some gruel.
All of them and one of us.
Are there any others that have the markings of the like more thralled out ones that we found in the kitchen in the bedroom?
No, the thralled out ones, no.
Okay.
But they are all nonverbal. They still have like clearly a sense of like animalistic self-preservation, but they're not like responsive to questions uh, or to language.
Okay. I'm gonna take a silk rope and like essentially tie it around very loosely, but around like the wrist of all of the ones that are thralled out and have them like line up
Hmm.
because it'll just be way easier for them if they just follow the person in front of them.
Hmm.
Uh, I will look to the group and say, should we have the potentially infected ones march up front or yeah, we should have the march up front.
All right, you three, you're with me. Come on.
Okay. So you
I
are all leaving now?
Mhm.
I think so.
Okay.
I will, out of curiosity, as we're walking, I'll cast Intellect Fortress on the 3 that have the thing inside of them.
Okay.
I don't think it I don't out of character think it interacts at all,
Hmm.
but Haze it doesn't know.
Hmm. Do you want to just... Yeah.
Yeah. it doesn't like. I think they're well beyond this is a concern. But Haza does not know how any of this works.
Right, right. Okay, your troop begins marching back down the way you have come, and clinging to the cliff sides until you once again reach the seam of the chasm, and enter back into tunnels more proper. Um, uh, you hear that a few of these people can recognize some of the um, architecture out here, and vaguely pass along that a few of them had been travelers from the Baxium, like from within the hall of the Baxium Tower, um, uh, but have never been this far out, but are recognizing some of the, again, architecture. Uh, Many of the people you are traveling with are very unfamiliar with where they are and are beginning to uh, discuss their concerns about ever getting to return home or if they ever could. Uh, Particularly those who have been implanted, they are certainly the most concerned for what remains ahead of them. Um, the the hours begin to pass. The paths that you have taken look a little familiar, Torek, with your map. Um, while while it's a little bit hard to map exactly as you are traveling through tunnels and such, like, you are recognizing turns and points that help get you back in the direction you have come fairly simply. Uh, um, the travel, however, not to mention the amount of work that you have all put in since entering the hold of the tyrants, begins to wear. Do you plan on continuing on?
I vote yes.
Yeah, I mean,
As long as we can.
Yeah.
yeah, we gotta
Is
get
any
out of here.
do we take a stop for another water, food, and then carry on?
I think so. I don't think it's a good idea to rest, fully until we're not watching over these three anymore, I guess. Take a short break and keep moving.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are only short resting, all of you can roll whatever may be required for a short rest. But your traveling herd will not fare so well.
So
I mean, during this short rest, can I, go around to any of them that are looking really bad off and start divvying out some lay on hands?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Um, y-
How many people do we have here?
15, I
That's
think, was the count.
14.
okay.
14.
Um, Yeah, I mean, I can give 3 points to everyone.
This does little to, while it is useful, it does little to cure them of any.
Exhaustion, yeah. But
Yeah.
I can, if there's any of them that are particularly like not keeping up or not moving anymore, I can carry them.
Yeah, that also does not relieve exhaustion, but
No, it just keeps them from physically collapsing.
yeah. I think you do find that someone does just like completely give out, uh, just falls and crumples and is uh, unable to continue moving.
Yeah.
You can pick them up, but yeah. And on you go. So no long rest, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. Uh, these people end up needing to they slow.
Mhm.
Continuing on, like you can feel trying to keep their pace. You are moving half as quickly as you would in the small number you had been traveling with. Okay. As you are continuing, um, who is there any watch being set as you're, well, no, you guys are trying to move quickly, huh?
Hmm?
I
Okay.
mean, we're moving at half speed, and like I'm watching the 3 specifically, but
What is your
I
passive
can search
perception?
for traps while traveling at a normal pace. Never mind. That does not help us here. I was thinking that it did not affect my passive, but it does.
my passive perception is a 12.
Okay. That is still high enough, despite the sounds of the murmuring, the footsteps, the dragging of feet of all the people behind you. Um, the sounds of forced march in gauntleted and steeled feet is still heard over all of that noise coming through the passage.
Uh, is it rhythmic?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Does it sound like more than we've encountered in the past?
I don't think that you could determine that by sound.
I suppose. I mean, a little like a patrol of them would sound different than like
An
a whole
army.
platoon
Yeah, I guess
coming
That's
down the
true.
tunnels.
That's true. I'll rule that out then.
I'll push my way to the
Okay.
front.
Okay. Swim through the crowd.
Uh-huh.
Do you go ahead?
I'll kind of wait for the group to like get in position.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll come to the front as well.
I will stand next to Mel.
Those of you who understand what I'm saying, I also repeat it in Undercommon. Just take a few steps back. Wait.
Okay.
I assume I've given one of them like the rope for the thralled out ones.
Okay,
They can just tug it.
I'm gonna have to move the whole group here back, but the PCs can move themselves back out.
Okay, I will. Once they're all out, I will nod to Godric, glance back at Inks. Forward guard, let's go.
Oh no.
Yeah, I start running. Oh,
Cody,
Didn't go very far.
oh, oh.
that...
Ta-da.
As you quickly come around the corner, the marching figures of Crusaders, the named Blight Force, halt in their own march and recognize you. Greetings.
I'll push Hazel forward.
Greetings. How goes your patrol?
Information is not shared with those outside of the Crusade.
Yeah,
Have you elected to join?
I cast Cone of Cold.
Okay.
I take a step forward. Greetings. Hold out like my hands in front of me.
Okay, let's get into initiative.
Ooh, nice.
I'll let you have cast that spell for not for your turn action, but for
There
first.
we go.
Fair enough.
Inciting.
Yeah, I knew it was like right on the edge. I was like, I am trying to like step forward to be like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did say you would consider the offer. They were.
Yeah, well, we need these ones to not go back and relay any information.
Also, they are going back to a place where there are no more of them.
Yeah, that's like this is information that the longer it goes without being known, the better.
Right, you rolled a 38 for that damage. Is
Yep.
that right? Okay. 2 of them
17
have
con save.
failed. I will allow the 2 that are in front to have borne the brunt of that damage. That makes the most sense to me.
Fair enough.
What's 38 halved?
19.
18.
Thank you.
19 for 38.
19. Yeah.
God. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, sweet. Immediately following your big magic, Sanzi's wrists twist as she also. Let's see. Is this a good one here? Sweet. Uh, calls a glitter of lightning between her fingernails and sparks a chain reaction between many of them, bouncing and sparking and causing their frames to light the interior of them, um, looking like it is melting almost through their plated steel. There. And following that, Inks, you are up.
Yep. Here we go.
Wow, all of them failed that save. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hitting as I do.
Okay.
20. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
9.
Okay.
I'm gonna add Fury of the Small to give it another 9. As I
Okay.
always do with that feature that I have.
Total of
You,
18.
you throw a stunning strike on that too.
Sure, why not? Rolled a 14. Does that save?
16.
Okay, well that one. There you
Here we go. An advantage.
go. Okay.
I'm so glad I did that.
Great.
Another key point for Hand of Harm, Hand of Critical Harm. So I'm gonna roll that damage. So 9, that sucked. Critical Harm, another 10.
Oh,
Flurry of
that one
blows.
goes down then.
Flurry of blows. Boom.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
Oh
god.
God.
Okay, yeah.
Ugh,
Too
Fuck
bad I
him
can't
up.
do that again.
just
Yeah.
a fucking like gong sound over and over again. Just bong, bong.
And last one. 24.
I don't think that one's at advantage, right?
I got a nat 20 on it, so Crusher Feet, I get advantage down. So does
Oh,
everyone
sorry.
else.
24 will hit then, yes.
12. Finally some
Alright.
good damage.
Okay, the first two are not looking super awesome after being Colon of Colds, chained lightninged, and then knocked the fuck around by Inks. Okay. Toric, you are up.
All right. I will just shoot the one that Inks is standing next to.
You have advantage.
Pecker, rear up for a second. I don't want to shoot that. Thank you. Good. Oh, okay.
Jesus fucking God. Whoa. I don't want to attack now. I'm not feeling good about it.
Yeah, me neither. Toric just
I'm-
straddling Pecorava, leaning at the side a little bit.
The worst is I'm imagining like the front of the weasel body just lifts up like a long noodle.
Yeah.
Thanks, Earl. Blam! And sorry, go ahead.
And that one is blasted to smithereens.
Oh. I'll just fire at the next one in line.
You don't even re-aim. It just...
Oh,
Oh shit.
oh,
You
oh!
should have.
I'll spend an inspiration as Pecorava wobbles a little bit. There we go.
Steady on. There you go.
Steady,
That's a hit.
steady. Put your feet on Mel's shoulder if you got it. It's fine. He's fine with it.
She's fine with it.
That'll be it for me.
Fucking brilliant. Okay. Haza.
Yeah. I'm gonna step up in front of Inks, raise my shield, and I'll cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Okay.
25.
All right.
We don't have a moment to read some literature.
Any bonus actions for you?
Nope.
Okay. Godric, you're up.
All right. I'll just step up a little bit more. And I'll attack the one like straight down from me.
Yeah. Crush. Okay, yeah. It's a hit.
All right.
Okay.
Second attack. Yeah,
No.
that's okay.
Okay. Bonus action?
I'll take a step back.
Yeah, sure, why not?
That's it.
Okay, Mel. Oh, they rolled so bad. That's what's going on.
All right, Mel's gonna step up. She's going to toll the dead on the back too. Thank you, Reaper.
None of those are close to saves. Okay.
That's 2d12, correct?
That is correct. Okay.
Do I roll it twice for each individual?
I think we've only done that if one of them saves and one of them fails, but
Oh,
usually
okay.
I just do the same damage.
Gotcha. Sick. Yeah, and then yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and bonus action my spiritual weapon right about here and
Yeah.
smack that one about.
Back of the head.
Mm-hmm. Turn off all my insane modifiers. Spiritual weapon.
Ouch. Okay.
Whoop-shoo.
Oh god. 12 points of force damage. Ouch. Okay. Well, they
Shield up.
are.
I brace.
Yeah. Here it comes. Let's see.
19.
The first attack misses. The hammer fist swings around into the shield, and you do brace and hold. You feel as you do so, like almost like the shadow of another person's weight upon yours and holding the shield in place. Um, but the axe comes swinging down with a 20 to hit.
Okay. It'll take 25 cold damage.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
Ow!
But I take damage too.
Yeah,
So let's see
yeah,
if it
yeah.
breaks through.
That is that rolling right? Oh yeah, okay. That is 28 points of slashing damage. That
Nice.
was that was nearly the maximum. That was a lot.
So 3 makes it through. The Agathis goes down.
Okay. The blasting charge, you feel like a cry within you yield this force of energy swallowing it. You do almost actually take it out with the armor of Agathis. The other one is going to march over the corpse of his brethren.
Aha! Polar Master.
Okay.
I was trying to coax that into happening.
Okay. Ow.
Invest him in
Okay.
my trap card, you boy.
Oh no!
Yeah, ouch, that hurts. Okay, wow. Ooh, this encounter is flying by real quick. But that is okay. The first attack is going to strike Inks with a 19 to hit.
Beats.
Okay, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Ah.
Ba, 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 ba.
Nope.
Fighting style interception. Wait, no, I've already used my action. Never mind.
I think you're within the aura, but I think that's still, yeah, that's not going to be close
Just
enough.
on that one.
Um,
Yep.
Almost like you are being bowled or like croquette malleted. The armored hand of a mallet comes swinging out and knocks into your chest and sends you into the air, and you fall down to the ground prone as its wielded sharpened blade hand comes swinging down with a 21 to hit.
Did the first attack do damage?
Oh yeah, that's gonna do damage too. That is 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right. And
And
sorry, what was the second hit?
a 21 to hit, and then
Yep.
while you are prone, it does additional damage, so it is a total of 29 points as that comes down right onto you.
Yep. All right, cool.
Then it's Ulvius's turn.
Yeah, I will just Inks, don't let him get away with that. You're doing great out there. You're doing great out there, buddy. And I will where is it? That's the with the voice of authority.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, instruct Inks to take a swing, and while they do, I will send a firebolt over everyone's head.
Yeah. So Inks is prone, and you can absolutely use your reaction. And I'm just imagining kicking out with the knife boot,
And like, basically, particularly given the role, like I'd send the healing word to Inks, say you're doing great, go get him, and then I'm literally walking away as I tossed a firebolt out.
The foot kicks out, and just you hear the clang of the steel boot on the steel greave, or greave, and there's no impact.
Mhm.
Okay, but your sister has cantrips to make use of,
Mm.
and strikes the head of the one over you, inks, and with the force of the cold damage, knocks it to the ground, and with a most ungodly noise as it topples on across the other deceased member of its party. And then Inks, it is your turn.
Metalpipe.mp3.
Yeah. After swinging and hitting, she reverses course on her foot. Wow.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa.
okay.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
She does a really cool twirl up to her feet and goes for the other one. 16.
16 will miss.
Yeah.
Why do I hear a whole new world starting to play?
No,
19
no,
misses.
Cody.
19 misses?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Flurry of
As a joke, I have uploaded my
Wow.
beat tag into the soundboard in my other server.
Inks, you are clawing at this thing, but do miss on each of those strikes.
Going a little feral.
The uh, the uh, the drums really threw off.
That's what I get for nat 20s in the last turn. The universe correcting itself.
It's called a rim shot, right? That's what the sound is called. It's a rim shot.
It is
Yes.
called the rim shot.
Okay, thank
Yes.
God, because I was gonna say I was afraid of saying the other thing and screwing it
Yeah.
up.
Huh.
Oh my god. I just got it.
Right.
Maybe that's why Discord just listed as bottom tis.
Okay, Torek, end this combat.
I'll try. All right, Pekareva, just remember, steady on the shoulders. No, don't move.
Oh, that's a miss.
No, you're moving. Hold. I said, don't. You gotta hold still.
There you go. That's a hit.
Not exactly light.
I'm gonna go ahead and dump both crits into violent shot again.
Oh, fuck yeah.
12.
Okay, yeah, that takes him down. With the crack of the musket, and then the again uproarious sound of plate armor crashing to the ground. All right.
Didn't I have one of these things like strapped across Pekareva because I wanted to be able to examine it later? If not, that's about to happen.
I
I
can't
believe
recall
you
if you do,
did.
but now you do for sure. Oh, that's right, because two of them got pushed off of the bridge, and
Yeah,
the one of
I
You were
was
like,
like,
don't
wait,
shove
oh.
another one. I'm gonna come up to Inks and I'll like clap my hands together and I'm gonna use my healing hands. Okay, well I don't have a button for it set up yet. So, okay. 4d4.
A little bit of golden light touch. Okay.
Are their weapons like welded to their hands? Or do they like clatter to the ground as they fall?
Do you want to take a look?
Yeah.
Okay. What you see is let's roll an investigation check to see how well you can
Mhm.
you can do this at advantage.
Not bad.
Okay. Um Hazel, you see the kind of familiar mechanisms that are like retreating weaponry.
Mm-hmm.
That is part of their arm apertures.
Huh.
Yeah. How it functions volume wise may be like an arcane mystery.
Yeah, that's
Um,
nonsense.
yeah, but like,
Magic.
yeah. But there's a mechanical aspect to the like extension of the like axe or sword blade, and the like mallet, the hammer fist is maybe less scientific and maybe just a lot of weight kind
Uh-huh.
of thing. But yeah, that's what you're seeing. They more or less lose the functionality of their hands once armed.
Got it. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I'm just like
ah,
lifting up one of its arms and dropping it over and over again, like testing the weight of its arm.
It's heavy and loud.
Yeah.
Inks is going to grab the cloak and just say, "All right, let's see what you can do." I'm going to, as a bonus action, spend 1 hit dice to regain key points.
Okay. As you do so, you begin to feel a little lightheaded. Um,
Right.
you just kind of feel a little bit of a buzz. Um, that's just kind of lighter feeling, and the wool of the cloak darkens in color a little bit before kind of like seeping into the like hide of it, which is a little odd to like witness, but there's like a magical like shroud that kind of falls over it and then retreats back into the weave.
Hmm. I'll turn to Sansi. Well, that is quite useful.
She like claps her hands together and her fingers spark.
Torque, you already got one of these to pull apart?
Sure do.
Yeah, they're the arms are confusing, but it looks like the weapon like goes in there. She like holds up the arm, like drops it back down with a clang, or like folds.
I mean, I imagine they got to be able to do stuff without, you know, a giant
Yeah.
mallet or a blade or something. Hands are pretty useful.
Do you want to get a? They seem heavy as hell. How much can Pakrava carry?
Definitely not enough for more
Yeah.
than one at
No.
best.
Yeah.
She is a quadruped, but I don't believe that makes a single bit of difference.
These things are easily 300 pounds.
She is a medium creature with a strength of 11. So this is, in fact, probably slowing her down. So I am probably not actually writing. Because I am just as fast as Pekareva normally.
Does anyone need to rest, or do we just keep on?
I hate to
The
say it,
quicker we
but
get out of here, the better.
yeah, but the people we're walking, they're going to need to rest soon or they're going to start dropping.
So we camp down for the night. Keep watches on the
Yeah, keep watch on
afflicted.
those three. The good
Taking
thing
it
is
down
we can be
well.
pretty sure we aren't going to run into another patrol of these things, and I'll nudge one of the constructs with a foot.
That we know of, yeah.
No reason for multiple patrols to come through here.
If we're gonna camp, I'll like walk forward slightly to like assess what the end of the hallway looks like.
Go ahead and make a perception check. Your immediate surroundings seem fairly quiet. You do not see anything crawling its way towards you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna step back and say probably just a hallway, one way in, one way out. That way it forks a little bit. How close are we to where d- the mushroom people are, Torque? Do you know?
I will consult my map.
It's probably still a couple more hours away, given that this map that you're currently on is a condensed version of your travel.
We can get him moving for a couple hours, or
Might be safer near. I don't know though.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I just
Here puts us still several hours away from the Cave of Eyes as well, which seems fine to me. I don't know how far down that particular path that was, but if it's several hours, we are several more hours away from that here. Hopefully.
I mean, if I don't think you're wrong. I think that grove is safer, and it might, I don't know, might be soothing to the some of them, but it's a question of if they're gonna make it. Well, we can try. We can try to push them on.
It's probably okay if we stop. We know we're okay here right now. We can't guarantee we'll be okay in an hour if something else finds us or there's something else down here to fight.
Yeah, not to mention if we push on and we run into something, it's going to be even harder for them to get away.
Yeah.
Bed
All right.
down, keep an eye on the ones we need to, and
Yeah, I'm gonna
hope.
drag one of these back to carve it open. Since we're gonna be here.
Yeah, I can give you a hint. I'm known to tinker a little bit.
I mean, you take lead. I'll just do the carving.
Okay. So you guys are camping here.
Yeah. It's the hallway logic. One way in both directions.
Okay. All right. If you're gonna take your time with this as your traveling companions begin to settle in and try to attempt making themselves comfortable, let's make a tinker's check if you're cracking into this thing.
I don't think I can really assist other than I'm carving the chest cavity open. And the head.
I assume this should be based on intelligence.
Hmm. Okay.
That feels like a good enough place to start. I've already used 3 inspiration this session. I think
Mhm.
Uh, you find that while there are certainly some parts of this armor that is strapped on in a more traditional sense, much of it is screwed or bolted in a much more frankly expensive way. Um, and removing it takes some time and effort. And doing so reveals underneath um, under the armor itself is more what at its first place looks like wood, but is uh, cold as steel to the touch and incredibly heavy and metallic. Um, it still has a grain to it and puncture places where the screws have been set and drilled at some point. Um, but the the layer underneath the plate armor is another kind of wood or metal.
Does it seem similar visually to? I think you said that Bro was wearing this sort
Uh,
of wooden metal armor.
uh, Crow's is a little. I would say maybe a little bit. Um, actually, yes. I think that it is. Yes,
In the
yes.
sense that it's like wood that's been shaped, I
Mm-hmm.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the core is
Yeah.
not just like, oh, this is cedar. Like it's some sort of, whether alchemical or magical, it has been transmuted somewhat. Is that safe to say? Or
Make a nature check.
Oh man. One of the two skills I'm not proficient or expert. Ooh,
Ooh.
no. Hold on. All right. Try that one more time, but only one more time because this is a treat.
It's
these sorts of things have these sorts of
Mhm.
creatures specifically have something of an importance to Toric, knowing what he does about past events to kobolds. So anything Gollum-esque is important.
mhm. This is ironwood, which is when it has been shaped and formed, it turns effectively into a steel. Um, not quite literally in an alchemical sense, but like it has a magical property that allows it to hold and act as steel upon its craft, like its use in crafting. The sort of material, this is practically a myth. The ability to make use of it, there are artifacts that exist, and I'm not even going to make you roll for this, but like there are artifacts that exist historically that are ironwood that must be hundreds if not thousands of years old, because the like ironwood forests that can have existed have been expent.
Hmm.
What do you make of it?
Manufactured ironwood core, steel on top. This isn't like a clockwork or anything. I mean, I think we already knew that, although I don't know what sort of thing would make something like this. Ironwood's not really common around here anymore, although I know it's still pretty valuable and sought after, especially among people who don't like normal metal. But this much ironwood, I don't think there's been this much ironwood in one place for a while.
I think also with your Tinker's Tools check that you have made, Toric, you can even detect that there is something beneath this ironwood surface as well. But it would require another check or brute fucking force to get past it.
We will try another check first, and then this might turn into brute force. Do I happen to have a saw? I don't. Miner's pick, not going to help. Shovel, maybe. I do have a crowbar. I do have a hammer, and I still have pitons. I can carve this bad boy up.
I've got a magic sword.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you're just showing off, then yeah, you can get in there and carve in just a second. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
Don't
you
suppose
try
you
to
can
do
turn
the.
that thing into like a magic hacksaw or something? Because ooh, this feels bad. I'm gonna run out of inspiration, but I'm gonna reroll that.
Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's fine. You know what? It's not a nat one.
Okay. Yeah, this second crack does not yield enough.
After a few frustrated moments of trying to get through, I will give Haza the "you give it a shot" gesture.
In answer to your question, I've never tried, and we'll maybe try that later. I just like basically go to like one end, probably like the top, like closer to the head,
Okay.
Got a
and
crowbar
just
if you want to try to just break it.
I'll start with just trying to cut into it enough to get like leverage. Like, I don't necessarily need to like hack it, but
That sounds like a dexterity maneuver.
yeah, to start with.
Yeah, if you want to make it a sleight of hand, I'll allow that.
This is gonna be bad.
Yeah, you do not find
Sleight of
a
hand I can
crevice.
assist with. I am trained.
Okay. In sleight of hand?
Yeah. Sure am.
We can shift to athletics after this.
That I cannot help you with.
Where's Godric?
Okay, this shit isn't
Yeah,
working.
actually.
Godric.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna wedge
comes in
this.
just kind of like flexing. Someone
Yeah.
called.
I'm gonna hold it in place. You just sort of put your weight on it. The sword will be fine. Just go for it.
We're putting the sword into the stone.
Yeah, I'm essentially banking on the sword being unbreakable.
Yeah,
Really
I know.
going for it.
I know you
Uh,
are.
And just
Hey, buddy, what are you...
I can assist with athletics. If Godric wants. Oh,
Okay.
Oh,
Haza.
hang on.
Okay, okay.
Where's it at? I've got a thing. Oh, never mind.
it's peerless athlete or whatever.
Fearless athlete, but that I've already got advantage, so I don't need advantage again.
Okay. Haza, you set the point of the long sword, you wrap your fingers around the
Mhm.
hilt. Godric places his hands over yours, and the weight of the two of you presses down. You feel again, Haza, like the force of someone else over your arms, holding down further and pressing downwards, and you hear a crack and splinter as the sword goes through the wood, through something softer, and then through the wood below and scrapes into the stone beneath.
I dismiss the sword immediately. Like the very second it hits the stone beneath, sword flickers out of existence.
Godric, you stumble forward
Yeah.
with the sword vanishing underneath
Face
you.
plant into the wall.
There is now a puncture wound through the ironwood, from out which is seeping some blue light.
Oh, Tor, can you do anything with that?
Blue light? I mean, that means there's something in there. We need to crack this open all the way. Like, try to pull this apart. I don't... Anybody...
Well, I gave you something to work with. A hole.
Yeah, I do have a crowbar. We could get the crowbar in
We'll do
there.
the crowbar.
I will actually just cast Detect Magic also.
Oh yeah, this thing
Yeah, that's what I thought.
like is magical.
Yeah.
In fact, like the ironwood is magic. And but then this light inside is magic.
I will hold out the crowbar to Godric. You're way stronger than me. I can't get leverage.
I'll give it a crack.
Okay, Godric, plant your feet. I'll wrap my arms like around your waist, I guess, and I'll just pull back to give you some leverage. Keep your feet on the ground.
It cracks. One half of the torso flings and splits open. The other half kind of left in its place, but now this exposed part of what would be rib cage is spewing what looks like blue tendrils of broken light, fragments and filaments that are almost like organs dropping out of this husk.
Have any of you ever seen anything like this? Have I ever seen anything like this? Have I ever heard anything like this? This is, I'm guessing, well outside of anything I've ever heard of in history.
That would be actually make me a history check. Yeah. Little
I got, nope, hold on.
oh,
It's
okay.
my last one until I get some journals sent in.
Oh,
Gun misfires, gun misfires.
yeah.
Torek, as you're scratching your brain for anything that may resemble, um, there's an inchworm in our room. Uh,
Interesting.
yeah, he's hanging out on the wall. I got up to walk around so I could monologue, and found a bug. um, Torek,
That's not
as
an inch.
he's still an inchworm, he's inching. um, as you're scratching your brain trying to recall anything of this, like of this informational sort, um, some records from a very, very, very long time ago, at this point nearly phased into like myth, and at this point you almost think that like as you are recalling it, uh, you think kind of fondly that like this might have been something that Oz would have found as an interesting story. Um, a story of a ruler, far to the east, and hidden away in the north, um, who had a highly intelligent advisor, who was a an immaculate tactician, whose advice was sought after by many, many other uh, monarchs and rulers in the realm. And this tactician was so intellectual that he did not really allow himself to become fully and entirely aligned with one or another kingdom, which became a problem for the small feudal realms that he lived near, um, because he was effectively at with how many people were asking for his assistance, have as many people as wrote to him. He was more or less en masse playing chess with himself, moving people, armies, resources from large and small kingdoms around in such a way that the entire like region was just sort of wrapped around his finger. Um, and this, as soon as it was really noted and investigators and spies had picked up on the backhanded nature of a lot of his work, he became a very hated person and was forced into hiding. One of his incredible secrets was that he knew a new way of bringing objects to life. Ancient magics of like animating objects is one thing. Being able to create an animation of an object is not an unknown thing, but to entirely imbue an object with its own form of intelligence and autonomy was a secret all entirely his own. Um, Eventually, the story kind of wilds itself away that like this guy eventually had his own seclusion interrupted. Like people found him, and he was, as far as you know, he was killed. Um, but no one was ever able to replicate anything he had. In fact, many people could not even find traces remaining of these animations that he was capable of producing. Which is why that like at this point it's just kind of like this myth of a of an impossibility that the gods presented to this person an ability to create a pseudo life that wasn't undeath, that wasn't um, that wasn't mindless animation, just a reflection of autonomy in a way that no one else had ever seen. As far as you know, that couldn't be true because there isn't, again, no one's ever been able to replicate it in any capacity. But like these creatures that you are looking at, while they are constructs, they are not like golems. They
Mhm.
are not like they are not like animated teapots. You know,
Yep.
this is something different.
They're not even like the golems that we saw in Holbeck.
hmm all of those golems had a purpose, must comply to that purpose, and must yield to their master or creator. Um, these creatures have demonstrated that they have fealty, but they also are very clearly like you've seen them with contracts and letters and as far as you can tell, thought.
I will relay all of that to whoever is around. I didn't think that that was. I thought it was just sort of a story. I mean, there's plenty of things in history books that you hear about that you look back later and it's like, oh well, that was clearly just a story of the times. But we've dealt with these things now, and they're walking and talking and thinking. I Number one, the materials to make these things would be hard enough to find enough to make one. We've dismantled 8, and we know that there are a lot more out there. An army of them, enough that they needed that foundry to supply them. That's got to be coming from somewhere. There's got to be somewhere where ironwood is still common. If we can figure that out, we can get a sense on who might be making these things. I don't suppose you have a name for that person. Name was lost to time in all the stories. He's just sort of the general. Saved you make.
I mean,
But
yeah, you very much do not have a name. Like
okay.
this myth is so out there and unrealistic. That's just like, yeah, there's not a name.
And yet, here we are, standing over one of these things right now. Um, do I have a way? I would like to gather up some of all of that because I can collect essence of elementals for ammunition. I would like to collect some of this to craft into bullets later.
Yeah, why the fuck not? Absolutely. Yeah,
And
these.
how much of an asshole do you think it would be if I take some of the ironwood too? Ironwood bullets? People are like, oh, I can't find enough ironwood to make a breastplate, but I'm just like shooting little pellets of it at people.
I mean, do we just carve out the center of these? Feels like it's gonna take a while.
I mean, if we can get the armor off, the insides are worth a lot, but more than that, as
Hey, what are you
exciting as
guys
that,
talking about?
nothing.
Yeah.
As exciting as the prospect of being able to sell this much ironwood would be, what's inside the ironwood is the real treasure. And honestly, I'm not sure who we should or could or would trust with it. I mean, someone's out there making these things, so someone already has this. I cannot, I absolutely cannot believe that I am somewhere there is a grumpy, slightly older than he should be hobgoblin that just got the biggest adrenaline rush. I think maybe we should take one of these things back to the Tower Breakers. Or back to Luskin, see what maybe Shipkurth could figure out. Somebody with more expertise than you, me, and Godric.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, I stabbed it, so
Hey, that got us in, so
it
I'm
did
not
get us
judging.
in. Yeah. Is there anything in the head?
You're feeling the inside of its materials. It feels like the sensation of moonlight. It's cool to the touch, but it
Huh.
feels like lightness. The head uh, does not appear to have a whole lot within it. Like as
Reach my
things are,
hand around in it.
yeah, yeah. There's a little bit more of this substance that sort of leads towards where the eyes of the helmet would be, the visors. Um, but it seems like the core is in the chest, and that's the important part. The head is sort of possibly auxiliary.
If we can drag them back, I mean, although, you know what, getting them through the Baxium Towers might be a mess. To be honest, we may not have gotten a Fey relic for Sansi, but this much ironwood is probably valuable as hell. I mean,
Is it
give him the
so?
pieces like the arms and the legs and the head, not the core, because whatever this light is.
So you said that they're alive, like alive.
I mean, they seem to be. Think about the golems we saw at Hulbeck. Those things couldn't carry a conversation. Did whatever the person with that stick said, you know? And we've seen clockworks. You wind them up, they do a thing. They don't really even take orders or anything like that. Yeah, maybe some of the fancier ones, bigger places, but these, they don't do this. They don't have this, and I'll just scoop my hand through the moonlight.
Do you think they have souls?
Oh, now that is a question that I am not
Mel?
even going to.
I don't think
Do these
sentience
things?
and the presence of a soul is linked
I mean,
necessarily.
but do you know? Are you able to like tell if they have to get written down? If you need to write them down, then
Huh.
I guess you wouldn't know.
Hmm.
It would be a pretty big accounting error now that it occurs to me. A lot of uncounted souls.
Well, here's the thing. These things are crafted and made, but only the gods can actually create souls.
Right.
Now,
Or
however
rather,
however much of the story, the general was not a god because he was tracked down and got. So
But how do gods decide what gets souls and what don't?
well, it's
that's
less
a question the gods can answer, and only the gods.
it's less that they create, I suppose, the uh, the energy is there, but it has to exist first, if that makes sense. You can't just pull something that looks like a soul or can be formed into one from nothing. That's a god thing.
I'm gonna
But
vote not soul, but
I'm also tentatively going to vote, yeah, it's a different thing.
I mean, really, it kind of that's sort of neither here nor there.
I suppose I could ask Yergil if he has 4 new visitors.
Really, it's really
Are
8.
you allowed to
'Cause
do
there's
that?
also the 4 back on the bridge.
I mean, in less fun terms. But yes, I suppose. If it meant avoiding further accounting errors, I'm sure he would be happy to be informed. Questions? Ugh.
Look, I'll take some time. The ones that we've got here, I'll try to get the armor off. As awful as this is, as what I'm about to say is going to sound, I'll probably need your help, Godric and Haza, to take the limbs off. That felt bad. But those are pure ironwood. All the special stuff's really in the core here. I think we should take them with us. I don't think we should just leave them here, at the very least. The ironwood itself is valuable. That can get sold off.
How are we gonna move all of them?
Well, once the armor and stuff is off, it'll be heavy, but it's not going to be quite as heavy. And just carry what we can, I guess. It'll lighten Pekareva's load a little bit to get the armor off that other one. So
It's
actually, I guess we got 5 of them here.
also look for the. Yeah, if we take the limbs, that'll get rid of the weight of the arm and the weapon that's tucked up in there.
Look, all I'm saying is that gives us some funds to maybe get those people taken care of, if there's still time
True.
for them.
So, what parts of it do we need exactly?
I would get the armor off, take anything that looked like this, and I will point to the ironwood of the limbs. The cores, don't crack them open. Just separate them from the rest. God, that sounds so psychopathic.
Yeah,
It-
we are basically talking about something's heart.
Core.
Sure. I don't disagree with the use of doing this, but it I I agree with your uh hesitation on the language. in light of what you've said.
I just so my point is clear. You see how much it takes to make one of these things, like 2 legs, 2 arms, the noggin,
How much would it
taps the chest.
how much would it cost in gold or platinum? You know?
I have an estimate on how valuable this ironwood is. I don't think it falls under art objects for my historical knowledge.
You know what?
either.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. Does that give you advantage or just tell you what it is?
I can determine the
Just determine.
monetary value of art objects more than a century old.
Well, it isn't more than a century old, but I would say that like depending on the salvageability, because that's one thing. Like once ironwood has been carved, it cannot be recarved. Um, it could be then like smelted, but then it loses the wood aspect of it. So anywhere from scrap, uh, y- this thing being turned to trash, kind of like how the one you currently are dealing with might be at this point, could be anywhere from 50 gold to thousands, depending on who was buying it and what they wanted to do with it.
Someone with a magical ability to manipulate this stuff, like, the most powerful of crafting wizards, clerics of the forge gods. They'd probably pay more for it because they can do a little more with it.
Voice of
Maybe
opposition for a moment.
Mhm.
Given that these were made by a thing called Crusade and originally devised by a warmonger who was the only one that knew how to do it.
I mean, that guy's a myth.
Okay, fair. Do we think it's a good idea to just give this to whoever?
I mean,
Like,
you got me there, probably not.
if you figure out how it works, you just
But a group like the Baxium Tower might pay for it, and they're powerful enough, theoretically, take on, or to not worry. I don't know if they can actually take on anybody, but they'll probably think they can.
fair. And I guess asked differently, is it prohibitively expensive enough to try to make one of these that even if they figured out how to do so, they couldn't do it like whatever this crusade is doing?
I think that's a question of the skill necessary.
Because if we're looking at 4 of these, I guess, what, 8 that we've seen in total? 7?
Mhm.
That alone represent thousands, tens of thousands of gold.
I mean, figure even if we can't sell it, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Like, that's a hell of an investment somebody made in their
Yeah.
automaton army. I hate to use the word automaton, but they're not golems and they're not animated and they're not clockwork, so I don't know what else to use.
Yeah.
Sorry, by the way, if you can hear the pencil sharpener.
You're good.
I'm I'll help you, carve them. I guess we just have to give thought to what we give to who.
At the very least, I think we should take the cores. If we leave the ironwood, leave the armor, that's fine. Like, leave the limbs, I think we should take the cores. The contents of these cores are so absolutely unique.
The blue stuff?
Yeah. This is what makes it it. I cannot tell you how it works right now.
Should we try to bottle some of it before it all spills out onto the ground?
I mean,
It's slowly leaking at this point, but
well, yeah, you did go straight through the core. I guess we should
yeah,
bottle some
well,
of this stuff.
I mean, we're gonna take others, but at a glance, just being able to hand that to somebody being like, "What is this?"
Yep.
Maybe a
I
couple
think it's important
flasks.
that we take the cores because that is the crux of the. Oh, damn it! I missed the opportunity to say that's the core of the issue.
It still counts.
I'm just getting old. I'm missing my joke timing. You're supposed to get better than that. Is better at that as you get older. Anyway, point is, that's the important part. That is the mystery, as it were.
Okay. Time to get carving then.
Okay.
While the civilians are resting, I will take the opportunity to take apart some crusaders.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a quick short rest, but then I will stay up through the night, kind of being up in case shit goes wrong with the captives, but also doing this.
Okay. I'm trying to think how I best want you to go about this. If you want to continue to like brute force crack them open just so that they're exposed like quickly to get to, I think that's strength checks. If you want to delicately take them apart, that is going to take all night.
I think I'm willing to stay up all night doing that.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so you
I'll stay up and assist with that.
okay, so you want to take off the limbs because those are lighter to carry.
I'm
And
not even concerned with keeping the limbs at this point,
okay.
honestly.
Okay.
Those can be carved off. I just want the cores.
Okay. All right. And chest pieces, right?
Yeah, isn't that where the cores are?
Yeah. So like
The armor, you mean?
so armor, ironwood, then core, 3 layers.
Okay.
Yep.
So the
Oh, yeah,
ironwood and the
I
core.
only care about the core. I don't
Okay.
even care about the ironwood.
Okay.
Okay. Good to know.
Well,
Realizing that like I can bring somebody a bunch of ironwood limbs, but they can't actually do anything with it,
Pretty much.
really. So, yeah, don't care.
Okay. I'll say then. I think then I won't make you roll for this, but you are gonna take a level of exhaustion.
Okie doke.
That's a lot of that's downtime activity you're trying to cram into one night. You know.
would it be easier if more of us help?
I don't think so. I think that will just put everyone else at risk for more sleeplessness, especially because Torek is the only one who's proficient in Tinker's tools, right?
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay. Just taking a couple notes here. Okay. And where are you storing this?
How heavy
Stuff.
is like each of the cores now that the armor and the ironwood has been stripped away?
Probably still ballpark of 25 to 50 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I will strap those onto Pekareva and I am walking.
Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, like if it's still in the ironwood shell, it's like at least 75 pounds.
Yeah, like I said, ironwood can be left behind. That
Okay.
I'm
All right.
not concerned with.
Okay, we'll say about 50 pounds worth of material.
Say,
A lot of it's loose and not like contained once you take the ironwood off. Um, Theoretically, a vessel would need to be used to contain.
Okay.
I made a joke about wet spaghetti, but like it's kind of like that.
Got it. Okay, I was misunderstanding. I thought that there was a structure under the ironwood that is holding the core, but the ironwood is the structure holding the core.
That is correct. Yes.
Got it. And it's
So we might want to keep the ironwood.
then I will leave them as best I can in the ironwood.
Preserve the structure of the gutty works.
Exactly. Yeah, I just
Mhm.
doing my best to remove as much excess material as possible.
Okay. Yeah. Then we'll say each one of them is about 75 pounds, and I'll make a note of that in case you ever rip up new ones. Sorry,
How
Adam, you were saying something?
how much ironwood scrap is left?
Uh, I would say probably for all of the limbs, um, looking at a couple 100 pounds
Okay.
of arms and legs,
What,
and once
yeah,
they have been disconnected, they freeze up almost like statuesque.
right,
Like you
but I mean,
can't
it's
move the
still
joints
it's still
afterwards.
ironwood,
Correct.
right? And from what I've heard, ironwood is valuable. Can get a lot of
Hmm.
money for it. Great.
Hmm.
You guys gonna do anything with this?
It's all you. It's not worth nearly as much once it's been shaped, but still pretty rare material.
Hmm. Great. Do you want me to carry those for you?
I mean, yeah, if you don't mind, I can. I'm gonna hold on to this one that we've already broken through because I'm gonna make some. I'm
Great.
gonna make something out of it, and I'll put a couple of them on Pecoreva. And if you want one, it's all you.
Great. When the time comes and after 11 minutes, I can carry 500 pounds.
Sweet. Okay. I'll say then you can carry the rest of this stuff as well. Um, and yes, I think it's pretty noticeable as you're continuing to work with these things. The moment the iron wood is like the arms, for as example, are removed from the core where the material within is housed, they do not continue to be able to be moved. So you have like effectively statues of arms and legs and
Mhm.
hands and feet that you can make use of if you so choose. And then like round heads, but they don't have features. I'll just say I'll let you guys keep all of it, so you have the volume of 4 creatures worth.
The
Okay,
first one is just scrap pieces.
yeah, pretty much. Um,
Yeah,
uh,
that was our burner.
Yep, it was the test body.
okay. Is there anything else anyone wants to acknowledge or prepare before we close for tonight?
Um, Inks will stay up as well, but she'll just be sitting next to Songsi and keeping an eye on the 3 infected the entire time.
Okay. If all you are doing is staying up and you're not working, you can roll for exhaustion. Anyone else who is staying up and working will automatically take a level of exhaustion.
Hey.
Okay. All right, then we will pick up as you head off back into continuing on your path through the caverns next week. Or no, not next week, in 2 weeks.